Chapter 43-37. Without the crossing adversity airship, no Emperor God would be able to cross the adversity-avoiding ocean. The crossing adversity airship flew at an extremely fast speed towards the other side of the adversity-avoiding ocean. With the crossing adversity airship speed, it would take about 7 days to cross the entire adversity-avoiding ocean and enter the core region. Time flew by quickly. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. They had already traveled an unknown distance. Whoosh whoosh. The black fog in front of them suddenly began to churn. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of them. It was a black creature. Its body was like a worm, but there were many arms around its body. It kept grabbing at the air as if it wanted to crush something. The most terrifying thing was the creature's head. There was a human face there. Its facial features were distorted, and it looked ferocious like an evil spirit. "This is the crossing adversity ghost," someone exclaimed in surprise and sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. This was the most terrifying existence in the adversity-avoiding ocean, the crossing adversity ghost. The black fog in the adversity-avoiding ocean wasn't the most terrifying. Most people could withstand it for a while. However, if they encountered the crossing adversity ghost, they would die. Even a peak Emperor God wouldn't stand a chance against the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing adversity ghost was huge, and it was about 100 meters long. It flew towards the crossing adversity airship. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats. Even though they had the crossing adversity airship, they were still nervous. The crossing adversity ghost flew nearby and circled around the crossing adversity airship. Its pair of cold eyes kept scanning the crowd. Some people felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they were swept by this cold gaze. The crossing adversity airship glowed and continued to fly forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crossing adversity ghost let out an ear-piercing squeak and charged towards the crowd. Some people who weren't mentally strong couldn't help but circulate their divine power and get ready for battle. Lu Ming and Yi Ling stood quietly at the bow of the airship. Their faces were calm and their eyes were motionless. When the crossing adversity airship got close and came into contact with the light emitted by the crossing adversity airship, it let out a sizzling sound. It was like ice melting when it came into contact with fire. Black smoke came out of the crossing adversity ghost's body. The crossing disaster ghost shrieked as a look of fear appeared in its eyes, and it quickly retreated. Everyone saw that the crossing disaster ghost's body seemed to have shrunk due to the influence of the crossing disaster airship's light. Whoosh. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, they were safe inside the crossing adversity airship. Not only could the crossing adversity airship block the black fog outside, it could also block the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing disaster ghost let out an ear-piercing shriek. It circled the crossing disaster airship a few times before flying off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the black fog. Everyone was finally able to put down a huge rock in their hearts. The Calamity crossing airship continued to fly forward. In the following period of time, they encountered the Calamity crossing ghosts a few more times. But in the end, they were all scared off by the adversity crossing flying boat. Very quickly, for days passed. They had already covered more than half of the journey. In another 3 days, they would be able to completely cross the adversity-avoiding sea and enter the core region. And what's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the left. Everyone's gaze also turned in that direction. On the left, there was a ray of light that could be seen even through the black fog. Moreover, it was also moving and seemed to be synchronized with Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship. As Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship flew forward, the ball of light also moved forward. It was always on the left side of Lu Ming's group. "Look, there's one on the right too," someone shouted. Indeed, everyone saw a ball of light on the right too. It was also moving with Lu Ming's group at about the same speed. Lu Ming frowned. He had a bad premonition in his heart. "Lu Ming, can you see it clearly too? I have a bad feeling." Yi Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. He had a similar feeling as well. Geniuses were usually extremely sensitive to danger. "The fog is too thick. I can't see it clearly either." Lu Ming shook his head with a grave expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked ahead. At this moment, there was also a ball of light in front of them. "Stop!" With a thought from Lu Ming, the speed of the crossing disaster airship rapidly slowed down and finally came to a stop. The moment they stopped, the two balls of light on the left and right also stopped. There was a commotion in the crossing disaster airship. Many people felt a little uneasy and the atmosphere became a little tense. The ball of light in front became clearer and clearer. Gradually, everyone could see what it was. It was a crossing disaster airship. That's right, it was also a crossing disaster airship that was flying in front of them. Could it be that it was returning from the core area? The crossing disaster airship in front became clearer and clearer, until it completely appeared in front of them. It's the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. They could clearly see that there were some people standing on the deck of the crossing disaster airship in front. Those people were all from the heavenly human tribe. It's the heavenly human tribe. I thought it was something else. I'm so scared. Seeing that it was the heavenly human tribe, the people on the crossing disaster airship heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly human tribe would not attack them for no reason. Look, there are also crossing disaster airships on the left and right. Someone shouted. At that moment, the two balls of light on the left and right became clearer and clearer. Then two more crossing disaster airships appeared. Unsurprisingly, there were also people from the heavenly human tribe on these two crossing disaster airships. The heavenly human tribe is actually waiting for us here. Yi Ling's face was extremely solemn. This is a little troublesome. There are probably some people who have already entered the core area. Lu Ming muttered. A group of top experts from the heavenly human tribe had already entered the core area to seize the opportunities. There were definitely cultivators of the 8th or 9th Great Supreme God layer in there. Among the younger generation, there might not be such a high cultivation level, but among the middle-aged generation, there definitely were. So it's the heavenly human tribe. May I know what you are doing here? On Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship, a young man cupped his fists and said respectfully, "We are waiting for you here." A burly man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming knew this burly man. He was one of the experts who had tried to kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. When Tian Xianyu arrived, they managed to kill him and he fled. Waiting for us. Many people were a little confused. To be precise, we are waiting for the two of them. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe pointed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. On the deck, 200 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, full of doubts. Perhaps you still don't know who they are? The two of them are traitors. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe said. Chapter 43:38. What? They are traitors? The 200 people on the deck were shocked when they heard what the heavenly human tribe man had said. They moved away from Lu Ming and Yi Ling and looked at them coldly. They are not only traitors. Do you know who he is? He is Mu Yun. If you kill him, you can become the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. The heavenly human tribe man added. After saying those words, the heavenly human clan's robust man stopped speaking and stopped. He knew that he didn't need to say anything because he knew what was going to happen next. As expected, when the 200 people on Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship heard that Lu Ming was Mu Yun, they started breathing heavily. Their eyes were filled with greed and killing intent. Mu Yun. They would never have thought that the young man with them was Mu Yun, the person that the heavenly palace wanted to kill. As long as he could kill him, he could become the son of heaven or daughter of heaven of the celestial palace. He could become a dragon with a single leap and achieve a meteoric rise, changing his future fate. However, when their gazes fell on Yi Ling, fear appeared in their eyes. Yi Ling had fought before and his strength was astonishing. Let's attack together. No matter how strong he is, it will be useless. That's right. Let's attack together. In the chaos, whoever kills Mu Yun will get the credit. Yes, kill. Many people shouted. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation of becoming the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. Their minds were filled with greed. They recklessly attacked Lu Ming and Yi Ling. 200 people. At least 100 of them charged toward Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes glittered coldly. Swoosh swoosh. Lu Ming condensed a long spear with the taboo power in his hands. He cast the heaven-breaking style, and activated his combat power to the maximum. Rays of spear light burst forth and charged towards these people. At the same time, Yi Ling also attacked. Dazzling sword lights filled the sky. Although there were many experts among the 100 people who had attacked him, and many of them were at the 6th layer of the Emperor God realm, none of them could threaten Lu Ming. Although there were only 2 of them, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's attacks were even more ferocious and powerful than those of over 100 people. When the attacks of both sides collided, the attacks of over 100 people were defeated. All pitiful cries rang out one after another as people were pierced by the spear light or the sword light, dying on the spot. Kill! Lu Ming and Yi Ling shouted coldly and rushed out. All kinds of attacks poured out like a storm. Ah no! Spare me! Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The remaining people shouted crazily. They were scared out of their wits. Yi Ling's combat power had completely exceeded their expectations. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. However, the most terrifying one was still Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th Great Supreme God layer, but his combat power was not weaker than Yi Ling's. Even though there were more than 100 people attacking, they could not withstand a single blow. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not show any mercy. They kept attacking with all kinds of killing moves. One by one they were killed. In an instant, there were more than 100 corpses on the deck. Blood dyed the crossing adversity airship red. There were still 80 or 90 people left. Those who had not attacked before were dumbfounded. They were completely terrified. Their bodies were trembling and their lips were trembling. Their eyes were wide open, and they were filled with fear. Spare! Spare me! These people begged for mercy. Get out of the crossing adversity airship. Lu Ming said coldly. Let's go to the Heavenly Human Tribe's crossing adversity airship. Let's go. The remaining 80 or 90 people rushed out crazily towards the 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships. The 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships were not full. There were less than 100 people on each of the airships. In an instant, Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship was empty except for Lu Ming and Yi Ling. These people flew towards the 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships. The black fog rushed towards these people. These people activated their divine power and set up layers of defense around their bodies to resist the corrosion of the black fog. Although the black fog was terrifying, they could still resist it for a while with their cultivation. They quickly approached the 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships. Lords of the Heavenly Human Tribe, please let us board the airships. Please let us board the airships. We can't resist for long. These people begged. Humph, a bunch of trash. You want to board the airship? You can fend for yourselves outside. A strong man from the Heavenly Human Tribe shouted coldly. As soon as he said that, the expressions of these people changed drastically. Was the Heavenly Human Tribe not letting them board the airships? If they were not allowed to board the airships, they would die. Lords, please do me a favor and let me board the airships. I will not forget your great kindness. Please let me board the airships. I'm willing to be your slave in the future. Many people shouted. However, the Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships were indifferent and unmoved. Many people looked desperate. Let me board, let me board. Finally, some people went crazy and rushed towards the Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airship. They wanted to use brute force to board the airships. Courting death. Someone from the Heavenly Human Tribe shouted coldly and attacked. The person who attacked was extremely powerful. These people could not resist at all. In an instant, dozens of people were killed. Then, their corpses were corroded by the black fog and turned into nothingness. Ah! The remaining people were desperate and rushed towards Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted and controlled the crossing adversity airship to fly to the back in an attempt to escape. This time, the Heavenly Human Tribe came prepared and definitely sent out a terrifying expert. It was very dangerous for them to fight head-on. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe was already prepared. When Lu Ming and the others retreated, the 3 crossing adversity airships of the Heavenly Human Tribe also moved and chased after Lu Ming and the others. The remaining people were left behind, and they let out cries of despair. However, no one cared about them. Lu Ming controlled the crossing adversity airship with all his strength, but the heavenly human tribe's crossing adversity airship chased after them relentlessly. Moreover, the distance between the two parties was slowly closing. Lu Ming, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. A cold voice came from one of the crossing adversity airships. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not say a word and only cared about escaping. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, two figures rushed out from each of the three crossing adversity airships. They were 6 burly men from the heavenly human tribe. They were very fast, even faster than the crossing adversity airship. They quickly approached Lu Ming and the others. They are 9th layer divine gods. Yi Ling exclaimed and his face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face also changed drastically. The other party had indeed sent out terrifying experts. 6 9th layer divine gods. Chapter 43-39. 9th layer Emperor God realm cultivators were much stronger than them. Most importantly, they were not ordinary 9th layer Emperor God realm cultivators. Any one of them from the heavenly human tribe had at least 2 stars of fighting strength. These 6 strong men had reached the 9th layer Emperor God realm at such a young age. How could they only have 2 stars of fighting strength? This was a combat strength that they could not resist. Do you think you can survive by hiding in the crossing adversity airship? How naive. Break. Break. The 6 experts from the heavenly human tribe shouted and attacked at the same time. Some of them held spears, some held swords. 6 attacks were launched at Lu Ming and the others at the same time. All of them have mastered the strongest heavenly force. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's faces turned solemn. These 6 strong men were obviously the geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. They had mastered one of the 4 strongest heavenly forces of the heavenly human tribe. Some of them had mastered the heavenly punishment force, while others had mastered the heavenly punishment force. Although their mastery of the heavenly human tribe was not very high, it was enough to make their fighting strength terrifying. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were well aware that the 2 of them were definitely not a match for any one of them. They would be killed in seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from the 6 of them hit the barrier of the crossing adversity airship, causing it to shake violently. The barrier of the crossing adversity airship was distorted, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Oh no, we can't block them. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's heart sank. The main function of the crossing adversity airship was to block the black fog outside, and to deter the crossing adversity ghosts. Although it had defensive strength, it was not strong. Its defensive power was limited against the attacks of other living beings. Ordinary experts could naturally defend against it. However, the 6 experts from the heavenly human tribe were too strong. The crossing adversity airship's defense could not block them at all. However, Lu Ming did not give up. He continued to control the crossing adversity airship and flew rapidly in a direction. Lu Ming flew in that direction because he remembered that there was a crossing adversity ghost in that direction. As long as they encountered the disaster-avoiding ghost, the 6 robust celestial race men would definitely not dare to continue attacking, and would be scared off. However, the attacks of the 6 top powers from the heavenly human tribe rained down like a torrential storm. The crossing adversity airship shook even more violently, and cracks appeared on the surrounding barrier. He was about to be unable to hold on any longer. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's bodies were tense. They were ready to fight at any moment. Creak, creak, creak. An ear-piercing sound came from the front, causing Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes to light up. However, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites' expressions changed drastically. The ghost of disaster averting. This voice was emitted by the crossing disaster ghost. In the past, Lu Ming hated this kind of sound, but now he was incomparably happy. Lu Ming looked behind him, and saw a huge avoiding disaster ghost wandering around. When it saw Lu Ming and the others, it flew towards them. Hurry up and destroy their crossing adversity airship. A brawny heavenly human tribe man roared as he pushed his battle prowess to the extreme. The 6 brawny heavenly human tribe men unleashed their strongest attack at the same time. They even burned a portion of their heavenly force. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the 6 attacks were even more terrifying. They bombarded the barrier of the crossing adversity airship at the same time. Most importantly, the 6 attacks were still bombarding the same spot. The pressure caused was too strong. Crack. This time, the barrier of the crossing adversity airship could no longer withstand the attacks and collapsed directly. Oh no, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were shocked. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the crossing adversity airship that had no barrier, and continued to fly towards the crossing disaster ghost. Die. Kill. The 6 heavenly human tribe elites naturally knew that this was a critical moment. If Lu Ming and Yi Ling were to get close to the crossing disaster ghost in the crossing adversity airship, the situation would change. Therefore, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites attacked with all their might. 6 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, trying to kill the 2 of them in one fell swoop. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Lu Ming and Yi Ling found it difficult to block them. At the critical moment, Lu Ming controlled the crossing adversity airship to tilt over and protect the 2 of them. Dang dang dang. The 6 attacks all bombarded the crossing adversity airship. The crossing adversity airship shook violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the crossing adversity airship. The crossing adversity airship was originally made up of 9 different parts. These cracks were the gaps between the 9 parts. At this moment, after being attacked violently, the parts where the parts were glued together began to crack, and were about to separate. Finally, with a bang, a few parts could no longer be glued together, and were sent flying by the powerful force. Lu Ming and Yi Ling hurriedly attacked, trying to grab hold of these parts. However, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites also attacked. Although Lu Ming and Yi Ling were closer to these parts, one of the parts still fell into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. At this moment, they were very close to the crossing disaster ghost. Squeak squeak squeak. The crossing disaster ghost shrieked and let out an ear-piercing sound. It emitted a terrifying aura that made Lu Ming, Yi Ling, and the 6 heavenly human tribe elites shiver. Especially the 6 heavenly human tribe elites. They did not have any treasures that could intimidate the crossing disaster ghost. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the other half of the broken crossing adversity airship were still shining brightly. The crossing disaster ghost looked at the 6 heavenly human tribe elites with a ferocious gaze. Its huge body pounced on them directly. Oh no, quickly retreat to the crossing adversity airship. Their crossing adversity airship is no longer complete. One of the parts has fallen into our hands. Their crossing adversity airship will soon disintegrate. When that time comes, only death will await us. The 6 heavenly human tribe elites quickly exchanged a few words. Then, they quickly retreated and rushed back to their crossing adversity airship. As for their crossing adversity airship, they quickly rushed over. Before the crossing disaster ghost pounced on them, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites had already returned to the crossing adversity airship. Anyway, one of the parts of Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship had already fallen into their hands. Soon their crossing adversity airship would disintegrate. The crossing disaster ghost approached the crossing adversity airship of the heavenly human tribe. It was afraid of the light emitted by the crossing adversity airship. After circling it a few times, it screeched a few times. Then, it turned around and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship was indeed disintegrating. Piece by piece, the parts flew out and were caught by Lu Ming and Yi Ling. As for the calamity-avoiding ghost, it quickly flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. The 2 of them looked extremely grim. The crossing disaster ghost was extremely terrifying. If they were caught by it, only death would await them. Although the 2 of them tried their best to fly, the crossing disaster ghost was faster, and was rapidly approaching them. Let's see how they'll die. On the 3 crossing adversity airships, the heavenly human tribe members sneered. Now they were no longer in a hurry. They controlled the crossing adversity airship unhurriedly, and followed from a distance. They wanted to enjoy the fear on Lu Ming and Yi Ling's faces. Chapter 4340. The avoiding disaster ghost quickly approached Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Its cold and terrifying aura gave them goosebumps. Their muscles tensed up involuntarily. This was a natural reaction when encountering a terrifying danger. Use the parts of the crossing disaster airship before it completely fades away. Lu Ming shouted softly. He grabbed a part of the crossing disaster airship and threw it at the avoiding disaster ghost. The crossing disaster airship had just disintegrated. The parts of the crossing disaster airship were still emitting a mysterious light, and had not completely dissipated. They should still have a restraining effect on the avoiding disaster ghost. If the mysterious light on these parts completely dissipated, they would no longer have any restraining effect on the avoiding disaster ghost. Then they would be in real danger. Swoosh. A part of the crossing disaster airship flew toward the avoiding disaster ghost. Sure enough, the avoiding disaster ghost showed a look of fear. It did not dare to charge straight at them. Instead, it flew horizontally, changed directions, and charged at them again. Lu Ming and Yi Ling grabbed the remaining parts and threw them all out. They filled a large area and completely blocked the avoiding disaster ghost's path. Then the two of them took the opportunity to speed up to the maximum and charged into the distance. Lu Ming used the greater extreme light skill, and his speed was astonishing. However, Yi Ling's speed was not slow either. He flew through the air like a beam of sword light. The two of them flashed a few times and disappeared into the thick black fog. Damn it, Chase. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. On the three-headed crossing disaster airship, a member of the heavenly human tribe shouted angrily. He controlled the crossing disaster airship and charged in the direction that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had escaped. The avoiding disaster ghost sensed the light on the crossing disaster airship and showed a look of fear. It did not dare to stop them and hurriedly moved aside. The heavenly human tribe's crossing disaster airship rushed past and collected all the parts of Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship. They rushed in the direction that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had escaped at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, after chasing for some time, they could not find any trace of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Damn it, let's split up and chase. They can't have gone far. A burly heavenly human tribeman shouted angrily. The three crossing adversity airships spread out and searched along the way. However, after a few hours, there was still no sign of Lu Ming and his companion. The three tribulation crossing airships gathered at the same place. The heavenly human tribe cultivators on the airships all had dark expressions on their faces. They don't have the crossing adversity ferryboat, so they're dead for sure. It's a pity that we can't bring Lu Ming's body back. A muscular man from the heavenly human race sighed. Without the protection of the Calamity Crossing airship, one would definitely die in the Calamity Crossing sea. They did not doubt this. However, they lacked Lu Ming's corpse, so they couldn't bring it back to claim credit. If they did, their contributions would be greatly reduced. That was why many Celestial clan members sighed. No matter what, Lu Ming died because he was hunted down by us. This is also meritorious service. If we split the credit equally, we can also obtain a lot of benefits. Another heavenly human said. Only then did everyone feel a little better. Let's go back. Then, the three adversity crossing airships left and headed towards the core area. Sometime after the three adversity crossing airships left, two figures appeared in a pile of rocks in a certain area. They were Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The power that the two of them controlled was not to be underestimated. Although the surrounding black mist was corrosive, the two of them had no problem holding out for about a day. However, the two of them did not look good. Even if the two of them could hold out for a day, it was simply not enough. They were still very far away from the core area. Even if the two of them flew at full speed, they would need at least 2 days to reach the core area. There was simply not enough time. As for retreating, it was simply impossible. They would have to retreat even further. This was under the condition that they had not encountered the Calamity Crossing ghost. If they encountered the Calamity Crossing ghost, it would be even more dangerous. However, the two of them had no way out. Now they had to bite the bullet and fly towards the core area. They could only take one step at a time. Let's go, Lu Ming said. The two of them nodded and flew towards the core area together. Of course, they could also avoid the direction that the heavenly human race was heading in and go in another direction. Chi-Chi. The black mist between heaven and earth seemed to have a mind of its own as it constantly surged towards Lu Ming. And Yi Ling. Lu Ming used the forbidden power to lay down layers of defense around his body. When the black mist came into contact with the forbidden power, it made a sizzling sound. Even though the taboo power was able to keep the black fog at bay, it was being consumed at an alarming rate. The power that Yi Ling controlled was not as strong as the forbidden power. However, his cultivation was one level higher than Lu Ming's and the difficulty of blocking it was about the same as Lu Ming's. After a few hours, the two of them felt that a large portion of the power in their bodies had been consumed. They had been hiding for a few hours and flying for a few more hours. They felt that they could hold out for another 20 hours or so at most. After 20 hours, their power would be exhausted and they would be corroded by the black mist. Chi-chi-chi, suddenly, a piercing sound came from the right side of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. When they heard this sound, the two of them had a drastic change in expression and became very ugly. The Calamity Crossing Ghost. This was the voice of the Calamity Crossing Ghost. What one did not want to see had happened. Whoosh whoosh. To their right, the black mist churned, and a colossal being appeared. It was the Calamity Crossing Ghost. The Calamity Crossing Ghost looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling with a ferocious gaze. It let out a piercing shriek and pounced on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Let's go! The two of them immediately flew to the left. This was because the distance between them was the furthest in this direction. If they flew in other directions, the distance would be closer. Behind them, the Calamity Crossing Ghost chased after Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Its speed was faster than Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The distance between them was constantly closing. We're in trouble. Their hearts began to sink. A few minutes later, the distance between them was even closer. At this rate, they would be caught in a few minutes. Damn it. Let's see if it works. At this time, Yi Ling took out a disc array and activated it. He wanted to see if it could deal with the Calamity Crossing Ghost. This aura. It seems to be a treasure from the previous era. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the divine weapons and treasures from the primitive universe could not be used. However, the disc array in Yi Ling's hand did not seem to be a treasure from the primitive universe. I obtained this disc array from a certain ruin in the universe. It should be an item from the previous era, and is not restricted by the restrictions here. Yi Ling explained. The disc array shone and the light shone on the Calamity Crossing Ghost. The Calamity Crossing Ghost's eyes began to flicker a few times. Then, it continued to charge over and knocked the disc array away. It was useless. It was completely useless. Yi Ling's face turned even uglier. He originally wanted to try an item from the previous era to see if it could restrain the Calamity Crossing Ghost. In the end, it was useless. Chapter 43-41. The distance between the avoiding disaster ghost and Lu Ming was getting closer and closer. The terrifying and cold aura made the two of them tense up. They felt a chill in their hearts, as if an extremely cold blade was cutting into their skin. The sense of danger was getting stronger and stronger. Let's try using the purple copper coffin, Lu Ming thought to himself. In the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the treasures of the primitive universe could not be used. However, the purple copper coffin was different from other divine weapons. Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin not to activate the power of the purple copper coffin itself, but to open it and let the primitive divine spirit inside deal with the avoiding disaster ghost. However, there was a crucial point, and that was that the primitive divine spirit in the purple copper coffin had a cultivation realm far above that of an emperor god. It was likely to be a master god level primitive divine spirit. Would it be suppressed by the laws of the Supreme Immortal City? After all, beings above the Emperor God level could not enter the second level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Therefore, Lu Ming did not take out the purple copper coffin because he was not sure if it would work. If it did not, it would be a waste of time. However, at this time, Lu Ming had no choice but to take it out and give it a try. There's a forest in front. Let's go in and take a look, Yi Ling said at this time. Lu Ming saw it too. There was a forest in front of them. The forest was so vast that they could not see the end of it. In the forest, there were all kinds of pitch-black trees. These trees were extremely huge. Each of them was more than 10,000 meters tall. Whether it was the branches or the leaves, they were all pitch-black. The branches were twisted into strange shapes and looked extremely strange. Moreover, the two of them vaguely felt a dangerous aura from the forest. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the avoiding disaster ghost? Perhaps the danger in the forest could help them escape? Lu Ming temporarily suppressed the idea of taking out the purple copper coffin. He and Yi Ling flew toward the forest at full speed and plunged into the forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The avoiding disaster ghost screeched and stopped. It looked hesitant but did not rush into the forest in the end. The danger of the avoiding disaster ghost was resolved. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were still worried. To be able to make the calamity-avoiding ghost stop in its tracks, and even cause it to be afraid of it, this forest was definitely not to be underestimated. Could there be something even more terrifying than the calamity-avoiding ghost? Hiss! As if in response to Lu Ming and Yi Ling's worries, a faint sound came from the forest. The two of them focused their attention and looked towards the source of the sound. Then a huge monster appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. It was a giant snake. The giant snake was pitch black and incomparably huge. However, on the body of the giant snake, there were snake tails that looked like tentacles. It looked ferocious and terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the face of the giant snake. It was also a human face, but it was filled with a twisted horror. Just looking at it would make one's hair stand on end, and a chill run down their spine. Disaster-avoiding ghost. Another disaster-avoiding ghost. There was actually a disaster-avoiding ghost in this forest, and it was different from the species that Lu Ming and the others had encountered before. The aura of this disaster-avoiding ghost seemed to be even more terrifying than the one outside. It was no wonder that the one outside did not dare to charge in. Let's go. The two of them did not hesitate and rushed towards the other side of the forest. Hiss! This snake-like disaster-avoiding ghost let out a snake-like cry. Its body twisted and rushed towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling used their movement skills and went around the huge trees, rushing towards the other side of the forest. They wanted to rush out from the other side of the forest to avoid the two disaster-avoiding ghosts outside and inside the forest. However, they did not run far before their faces turned even uglier. That was because a faint sound came from a pitch-black tree beside them. Then a snake-like disaster-avoiding ghost circled around the tree and slithered downwards. The eyes of the forest were fixed on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Another one. The two of them were shocked. There were actually two snake-like disaster-avoiding ghosts in this forest. Without any hesitation, the two of them changed directions and rushed forward. However, after running a few steps, the two of them stopped. Their faces were pale. That was because another disaster-avoiding ghost had appeared in front of them. Hiss! It was not just in front of them, but also on their left and right. Then snake-like disaster-avoiding ghosts slithered over. Lu Ming and the others were surrounded. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw at least 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts. There were disaster-avoiding ghosts in all directions, surrounding them tightly. We're done for. Yi Ling smiled bitterly. Even though he was a peerless demon who had experienced all kinds of situations and various life and death situations, he could not help but show a trace of despair at this moment. One disaster-avoiding ghost was not something they could fight against. If they were caught, they would definitely die. And now, there were a total of 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts surrounding them. They had no chance at all. Even if the Master God was here, he would probably die, let alone them. We've barged into the lair of a disaster-avoiding ghost. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. At the same time, the purple copper coffin appeared in his hand. At this moment, he could only use the purple copper coffin to try his luck. Yi Ling's gaze fell on the purple copper coffin, and he was looking forward to it. The taboo body had great luck. It should not die just like that, right? Now he could only rely on Lu Ming. Crack. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He pushed the lid of the purple copper coffin, and a crack appeared on the purple copper coffin. A terrifying aura filled the air. Crack. Lu Ming continued to push, and the crack on the purple copper coffin became bigger. Hiss! At this moment, the 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts pounced on Lu Ming. Roar. A roar came from the purple copper coffin, and it shook the entire forest. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could tell that this was the roar of the primordial divine spirit. This roar seemed to have shocked the disaster-avoiding ghosts. They could not help but stop and look at the purple copper coffin. Roar. Roars came from the purple copper coffin continuously. Then, 2 arms covered in scales reached out from the crack. Following that, a head popped out as well. It was the primordial divine spirit that had appeared before. It was a Lord God-level primordial divine spirit. The primordial divine spirit's arms pushed against the sides of the purple copper coffin. He pushed with all his might and wanted to rush out of the purple copper coffin. But at this moment, something strange happened. In the void, a ray of light suddenly spread out. A circle of light appeared and pressed down on the primordial divine spirit. This light gave off a feeling of supremacy and eternity, as if it could suppress everything. It was as if all living beings and all things had to bow before this ray of light. Chapter 43-42. The light pressed down on the primordial divine spirit. Roar. The primordial divine spirit roared and struggled with all its might, as if it wanted to break through the suppression of the light and rush out of the purple copper coffin. However, the light was too strong. No matter how hard the primordial divine spirit tried, it did not budge. Instead, it continued to press down. The primordial divine spirit seemed to be unable to withstand it, and was slowly pushed back into the purple copper coffin. At first it was its head, then its arms. Slowly, it returned to the purple copper coffin and disappeared. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were dumbfounded. In particular, Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. He was extremely shocked. He knew how powerful the primordial divine spirit was. It was an over-God-level primordial divine spirit, which was equivalent to the origin realm. It had once fought a fierce battle with the heavenly lord of the heavenly palace. Such a powerful existence had been pushed back into the purple copper coffin by a ray of light. It could not even come out. This ray of light was too terrifying. Was this the profundity of the Taishang Immortal City? The second level of the Taishang Immortal City did not allow beings above the Emperor God level to enter. Indeed, the primordial divine spirit could not come out of the purple copper coffin. Hiss! After the evil spirits saw the primordial divine spirit disappear, they screamed again. Their eyes were cold as they pounced on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. This is troublesome. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Even the purple copper coffin had lost its effect. He had no other means to deal with the current situation. If he were to face these evil spirits with his own strength, he would definitely die. Yi Ling, let's fight, Lu Ming said. All right, let's fight. Yi Ling nodded. They were not people who would admit defeat easily. Even if they knew they were no match for them, they would still fight. Falling in a great battle was the final destination of a cultivator, not dying in a cowardly manner. However, at this moment, there was a change in the situation. At this moment, the primordial divine spirit's aura in the purple copper coffin suddenly disappeared without a trace. Immediately, another aura appeared. It was a new aura, one that Lu Ming had never felt before. What surprised Lu Ming and Yi Ling was that this aura was similar to the light that had suppressed the primordial god spirit. They were both supreme, eternal, and unfathomable. As soon as this aura rushed out, it spread in all directions. Being struck by this aura, the bodies of the 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts abruptly stiffened. Furthermore, their bodies began to tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. After shrieking a few times, the 8 tribulation-avoiding ghosts turned around and fled, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were dumbfounded. Especially Yi Ling. His mouth was wide open enough to fit a goose egg. Lu Ming, what else is in your bronze coffin other than a primordial divine spirit? Yi Ling could not help but ask. The fact that there was a terrifying primordial god in the purple copper coffin had already shocked Yi Ling. However, there seemed to be something else inside that was even more mysterious and terrifying. It was hard to guess what it was. Just an aura was enough to make the 8 crossing disaster ghosts disappear without a trace. I don't know either, Lu Ming said as he shook his head. He really did not know. Although he had obtained the purple copper coffin for a long time, he had always been unable to understand its mysteries. He always felt that the more he understood, the more mysterious it became. In the past, he had always thought that the purple copper coffin was the burial place of a primordial god spirit after it had fallen. However, the primordial god spirit that had appeared later was clearly not dead, and was still alive. Moreover, there was a silk thread connected to the back of the primordial god spirit's head. It gave off a feeling that it was being controlled. Later on, the purple copper coffin had sucked Lu Ming's past body into it. There was still no news of it. Lu Ming could only sense that the past body was not dead and was still alive. Now a new aura was emitted from the purple copper coffin. It was an aura that was somewhat similar to the one that had suppressed the primordial god spirit. There were more and more secrets about the purple copper coffin, and it was becoming more and more difficult to guess. That aura is very similar to that ray of light. That ray of light was formed by the ultimacy of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. The Grand Supreme Immortal City was left behind from the last era. Could your purple copper coffin also be a treasure from the last era? Yiling said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His words had awakened him from his dream. Yiling was right. Was the purple copper coffin really a treasure left behind from the last era? Was there an elite from the last era buried in it? However, what was the deal with the primordial god spirit? Why did it suck the past body into it? Lu Ming had more doubts in his heart. Let's not talk about it. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming said, suppressing the doubts in his heart. It was not wise to stay in this place for long. Let's go. Yiling also nodded. This forest was obviously the nest of the disaster-avoiding ghost. The two of them rushed out of the forest. Soon, the two of them rushed out of the forest. However, as soon as the two of them rushed out of the forest, they heard a piercing scream. The disaster-avoiding ghost that had chased after them earlier appeared again, and pounced on the two of them. This disaster-avoiding ghost had not left and had been wandering around the forest. As soon as Lu Ming and Yiling rushed out of the forest, they were sensed. However, Lu Ming had been holding the purple copper coffin in his hand, and the lid of the coffin was not closed. Lu Ming stared at the disaster-avoiding ghost, and did not run away. This time, would the mysterious and unfathomable aura from the purple copper coffin appear again? The result did not disappoint Lu Ming. When the disaster-avoiding ghost approached Lu Ming and Yiling, the aura from the purple copper coffin spread out again. After being hit by the aura, the disaster-avoiding ghost revealed a look of horror. Then it turned and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Yiling looked at each other, and then burst out laughing at the same time. Awesome, this is awesome. This copper coffin can actually scare the disaster-avoiding ghost away. In this disaster-avoiding sea, we don't have to be afraid of the disaster-avoiding ghost anymore. Yiling laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. Let's hurry up and set off, Lu Ming said. Although the purple copper coffin could scare the disaster-avoiding ghost away, their crisis was not over yet. They were still in the disaster-avoiding sea. The black fog was still corroding them. As long as they were in the disaster-avoiding sea, they would be in danger. The two of them did not say much. They used their movement techniques and flew in the direction of the core area. They had to get to the core area as soon as possible. They could not hold on for much longer. Lu Ming closed the lid of the purple copper coffin again. However, he did not put it away. Instead, he held it in his hand and kept his guard up at all times. Soon, another 5 to 6 hours had passed. The two of them looked more and more terrible. Their energy had been severely depleted. However, they did not know how far they were from the core area. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 43:43. Luckily, they still had a lot of desolation pills. Before they left, each of them had paid 20,000 desolation pills. They had received 4 million desolation pills, 2 million for each person. They could absorb desolation pills to replenish their energy. However, Lu Ming needed at least 12 million desolation pills to break through from the 5th to the 6th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. 2 million desolation pills was not a lot. It might not be enough for them to cross the disaster-avoiding ocean. Therefore, they could only try to save as much as possible and increase their speed. They would not give up until the last step. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. That's. The two of them squinted their eyes and looked ahead. There was a huge shadow in front of them. At first glance, they thought it was a mountain. However, after taking a closer look, it was not a mountain but a tree. A gigantic tree. The tree's crown reached into the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. That's. In the next moment, a trace of shock appeared on their faces, because they saw a shocking scene. On the branches of this tree, there were actually some ghosts that could avert disaster. Yes, disaster-avoiding ghosts. At a glance, there were at least a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts on the branches. They seemed to be resting. However, this time, the disaster-avoiding ghosts seemed to have sensed something. They opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Lu Ming and the others coldly. In the next moment, the disaster-avoiding ghosts charged at Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Gotcha! Lu Ming did not hesitate and opened the purple copper coffin. Just like the previous encounter with the calamity-avoiding ghosts, a mysterious aura emanated from the purple copper coffin. More than 10 calamity-avoiding ghosts screamed and turned to run. They ran to the branches of the tree and lay down on the branches, trembling. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. There seems to be some seeds on the tree. Yi Ling pointed at the tree. Lu Ming looked over. True enough, he saw some seeds hanging on the branches. The seeds were black and the size of a fist. They gave off a hazy glow, and there were about 5 or 6 of them. The black fog from all directions gathered, and was eventually absorbed by the black seeds. At this moment, one of the black seeds fell to the ground. When the black seed landed on the ground, it immediately took root and sprouted, growing into a small tree. Then the small tree grew quickly, and the surrounding black mist began to gather towards the small tree. That is, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes widened. The reason for that was because as the little tree grew, some of its branches actually had disaster-avoiding ghosts. In the beginning, the crossing disaster ghost was still relatively small. However, as the small tree rapidly grew, the crossing disaster ghost also became larger. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that the ghost was born from this kind of tree? Soon, the small tree grew to a height of 100 meters, but it was still far from the big tree. At this moment, tree roots suddenly extended from the bottom of the big tree. More than a dozen roots, like a few long snakes, wrapped around the small tree, pulled it up by the roots, and pulled the small tree into the trunk of the big tree. The small tree quickly withered and finally merged into the roots of the big tree and disappeared. Lu Ming and Yi Ling realized that the big tree's glow seemed to be brighter. The two of them were dumbfounded. This big tree actually relied on devouring the small tree to improve itself. The seeds that it produced fell to the ground, sprouted rapidly, and grew rapidly. Before it was fully mature, it was devoured by the big tree. What was the principle behind this? The two of them were confused. At this moment, another seed fell to the ground. Just like before, the seed sprouted and grew rapidly. When it grew to about 100 meters, it was devoured by the big tree again. This seed is not to be underestimated. Not only can it grow rapidly, but it can also produce disaster-avoiding ghosts. If we can control it, it can become a powerful weapon. Lu Ming said. You're right. If we enter the core area, this seed can also grow rapidly, and can indeed become a powerful weapon. However, this tree is not to be underestimated. Yi Ling said. He had the same thought as Lu Ming. Lu Ming, since this seed can absorb the black mist here, if you can hold this seed, it might be able to isolate you from the black mist outside and prevent you from being corroded by the black mist. At this moment, the Bone Demon's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Since entering the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the Bone Demon seemed to have been suppressed by the profound laws of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. It could only hide in Lu Ming's mind and could not come out. It has such an effect? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be tempted. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming whispered and finally decided to give it a try. He had the purple copper coffin, so he might be able to give it a try. Not to mention whether they could enter the core area. Even if they could, there were many experts in the core area. The strongest geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and the other powerful tribes had already entered the core area. There were also some young men in their prime who had cultivated for many years. Some of them had reached the 8th layer of the Divine God realm, and some had even reached the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. With their strength, even if they entered the core area, they would most likely be targeted and would not be able to gain a foothold. However, if they had this seed, they would have a powerful weapon. Brother Yi, hold the fort for me. After saying that, Lu Ming dragged the purple copper coffin and rushed towards the crown of the tree. Now there were a total of 3 seeds on the crown of the tree. Lu Ming rushed towards one of the seeds. However, just as Lu Ming approached the seed, tree roots extended from the bottom of the tree. They were like tentacles that swept towards Lu Ming. The tree roots waved and a strong wind whistled, bringing with it a thick black mist. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pushed the purple copper coffin open. That mysterious aura appeared again and spread out in all directions. The tree's roots came to a sudden stop upon being hit by this aura. They danced wildly on the spot, emitting a feeling of fear. This tree is indeed intelligent. It can feel fear. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He stepped forward and approached the tree roots with the purple copper coffin. The roots of the big tree danced crazily, and that feeling of fear became even more intense. Then with a swish, it shrunk back. Lu Ming continued to rush towards the crown of the tree. On the branches, the evil spirits opened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. They wanted to rush towards Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming. However, when they saw the purple copper coffin in Lu Ming's hand, they did not dare to do so. They could only watch. The next moment, Lu Ming approached one of the seeds. He waved his hand and a wave of energy swept out and plucked the seed. Chapter 43-44. After plucking the first seed, Lu Ming stored it in his storage ring and proceeded to pluck the second one. Soon, all 3 seeds were stored in Lu Ming's storage ring. The big tree struggled continuously. Its roots waved wildly as it struggled in a frenzy. It seemed to be extremely furious. The crossing disaster ghosts on the branches were also extremely irritable. They screamed continuously and stared coldly at Lu Ming. If they were not afraid of the purple copper coffin's aura, they would have pounced on Lu Ming and torn Lu Ming to pieces. However, with the suppression of the purple copper coffin, they did not dare to do so. After Lu Ming plucked the 3 seeds, he retreated to Yi Ling's side. Bone Demon, how should I use it? Lu Ming secretly asked Bone Demon. There was a thick black mist on the seeds. Even if they obtained them, they could not use them because the mist would harm them. Drip a drop of blood on it and try. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, a seed flew out of his storage ring. Lu Ming wrapped it with his forbidden power and suspended it in the air. The surrounding black fog was constantly gathering and being absorbed by the seed. Similarly, the black fog would also permeate the seed and constantly corrode the taboo power, causing Lu Ming's taboo power to be depleted rapidly. Lu Ming's expression changed. If he could not control the seed, holding it would increase the consumption of his power. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Bone Demon's suggestion. He squeezed out a drop of blood and flew it toward the seed. When the drop of blood approached the seed produced a suction force and absorbed the drop of blood. It entered the seed and merged with the seed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming had a strange feeling. It was as if the seed was already under his control. With a thought, the black fog on the surface of the seed vanished. It no longer corroded Lu Ming's forbidden energy. Moreover, the seed continued to absorb the black fog outside. Thus, the black fog around Lu Ming's body was absorbed, forming a vacuum around Lu Ming without any black fog. Lu Ming immediately felt the pressure lessen. The black fog was no longer a threat to him. It really works. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Yi Ling was also overjoyed. As long as the danger of the black fog was resolved, they would be able to move freely in the adversity-avoiding sea without any danger. Yi Ling here. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a seed flew towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling followed Lu Ming's instructions. First, he used his power to envelop the seed. Then, he squeezed out a drop of blood and flew it towards the seed. When the blood and the seed fused, Yi Ling controlled the seed. The black fog was no longer a threat to them. Then, Lu Ming used the same method to control the second seed. After that, the two of them used their movement techniques and continued to rush towards the core area. However, their state of mind was completely different from before. Previously, they had been under a lot of pressure. There was a strong sense of danger that constantly suppressed them. They had to keep moving forward and reach the core area as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would die. But now, although their speed was still very fast, they were very relaxed and didn't feel anxious at all. After that, they did not encounter any danger. Even if they encountered the adversity-avoiding ghost, it was scared away by the purple copper coffin. After a few days, they finally passed through the adversity-avoiding sea and arrived at a new land. The aura here was no different from the outer area. The only difference was that the desolation chi was much thicker. The desolation chi here is indeed much thicker than the outer area. Lu Ming sighed. This is just the ordinary area. The core area has ley lines. If we can find a ley line, The speed of condensing the desolation elixir will increase greatly. Yiling said. However, there is no black mist here like in the adversity-avoiding sea. I don't know if that seed will work. Lu Ming said. In the adversity-avoiding sea, they saw that the seed grew quickly and absorbed the black mist. However, the core area did not have that kind of black mist for them to absorb. Could the seed grow quickly? If the seed could not grow quickly, it would not be able to become their weapon of mass destruction. If they encountered the invincible powerhouses from the heavenly palace, Lu Ming and the rest would not be a match for them. Let's find a place to try it. Yiling said. That's the only way. Lu Ming nodded. Fortunately, they had 3 seeds in their hands. Even if they wasted one, it would not be a big deal. The 2 of them flew towards the depths of the core area at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a mountain kernel. Let's try it here. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming took out a seed. With a wave of his hand, the seed flew towards the mountain col and landed on the ground. When the seed landed on the ground, it took root and sprouted at an astonishing speed. Then it grew rapidly. This is absorbing the black mist. Lu Ming and Yiling were shocked. They could clearly feel that there were wisps of black mist flying towards them from the void. They were absorbed by the seed and grew rapidly. They were already very far away from the adversity-avoiding sea. However, the seed could still absorb the black mist. The black mist seemed to have broken through the void. It was really amazing. The seed took root and sprouted, turning into a small tree. The small tree continued to grow rapidly at an astonishing speed. In less than a minute, the small tree became a towering tree. They could clearly see that there were more than 10 adversity-avoiding ghosts on the branches of the tree. They were lying on the branches and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Lu Ming, give it a try. See if you can control this big tree. Yiling said. Lu Ming nodded and focused his mind. The next moment, he felt a connection between his mind and the tree. Everything about the tree seemed to be under his control. Attack. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he gave an order. Suddenly, the soil on the ground churned. The roots of the tree stretched out from the ground and waved like long snakes. They whipped the air, and there were violent explosions. The power was terrifying. One of the roots lashed out at a nearby mountain peak, causing the mountain peak to explode. This is really amazing. Even a 9th-level Emperor God would not be able to withstand such an attack. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was very satisfied. Adversity-avoiding ghosts. With another thought, the more than 10 adversity-avoiding ghosts who were lying on the branches suddenly opened their eyes. There was a ferocious murderous intent in their eyes. They flew out from the branches and danced in the air. However, they did not fly towards Lu Ming and Yiling, because everything was under Lu Ming's control. Great! Yiling cheered from the side. Lu Ming also smiled. This seed was really a great weapon. Chapter 43-45. As long as this kind of seed was planted, it would quickly grow into a towering tree. Moreover, it would have an extremely shocking attack power. Moreover, the tree branches would give birth to evil spirits, which were the most terrifying. Once this tree was planted, the surrounding area would be completely under Lu Ming's control. If the people from the heavenly palace came, they would die. What a pity we wasted a seed. We should have found the ley vein occupied by the heavenly palace and planted the seed there. That way, that ley vein would be under our control. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed. It was a mistake. Yiling also shook his head and sighed. With the effect of this seed, 1 seed could occupy in ley vein. 3 seeds could occupy 3 ley veins. Now they had wasted a seed, which was equivalent to wasting in ley vein. They felt their hearts bleeding. It's all right. 2 ley veins are enough. Once our cultivation improves, why would we need to rely on this seed? Lu Ming smiled and quickly recovered. He was full of confidence. Now he had lost because of his low cultivation. Once his cultivation improved, he would not be afraid of anyone. With his own strength he could occupy other ley veins. Why would he need a seed? What they needed most was to establish a foothold in the beginning. With the seed, once they established a foothold in the beginning, there would be no problem. Let's go look for ley veins, Lu Ming said. Then, the 2 of them left to look for ley veins. In the core area, ley veins were not everywhere. In fact, there were not many ley veins. The ley veins in the core area were mainly divided into two levels: ordinary ley veins and advanced ley veins. Obviously, the concentration of desolation chi in the advanced ley veins was much higher than in the ordinary ley veins. Of course, the concentration of desolation chi in the ordinary ley veins was also much higher than in the outer area. Lu Ming and the rest had entered the core area relatively late. He reckoned that most of the Earth meridians had been occupied by others. Some people had entered the core area for a few years. No one knew what level their cultivation had reached. No matter what level their cultivation had reached, what Lu Ming needed to do now was to occupy the ley veins, condense desolation pills, and catch up with their cultivation. The core region was extremely vast, even larger than the outer regions. After searching for half a day, they finally found an earth vein. Up ahead, a mountain range stretched across the land. From afar, it looked like a huge dragon. Mist filled the air above the mountain range. That was clearly the dense desolate chi that could not be dispersed. What a dense desolate chi. Let's go. Yi Ling's eyes lit up as the two of them flew towards the mountain range. Soon, the two of them approached the mountain range. Who is it? This is the territory of my Sun clan. You two should leave. Several voices came from the mountain range. Then, several figures shot up into the sky and stood in front of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. There were more than 20 people in total, and all of them wore long golden robes. A layer of golden flames danced on their bodies, giving off a scorching aura. So it's people from the Sun clan. The two of them were startled. The solar race was ranked 31st on the Great Desolate 10,000 races ranking. It could be considered a strong race. However, it was naturally much weaker than the top 10 races. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not feel much pressure. This is the territory of your Sun clan? Isn't that ridiculous? The Taishang Immortal City is an ownerless place. Anyone can come here. Now we're going to refine the desolate pills on this mountain range. Everyone, please make way. Lu Ming said. Our Sun clan has occupied it first, so it's our territory. You two should leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A muscular man from the Sun clan said coldly. Lu Ming glanced at them. There were more than 20 people from the Sun clan. 5 of them were younger while the rest were in their prime. Among them, many of them had reached the 6th layer of the Emperor God realm. 2 of them had even reached the 7th layer of the Emperor God realm. The Sun clan had such high cultivations among their prime. It was evident that these people had gained a lot from this place. We're going to meditate on this mountain range, Yi Ling said. You're courting death. A muscular man from the Sun clan shouted coldly. Why are you wasting your breath on them? These two brats don't know what's good for them. Just kill them. That's right. Kill them. The people from the Sun clan were enraged. Each of them was filled with cold murderous intent. They were like suns, emitting a scorching aura. Boom, boom, boom. These people moved. They were like suns, charging towards Lu Ming and the others. Clang. Yi Ling moved. He unsheathed his sword and the sword light shone brightly. A few rays of sword light slashed towards the suns. Several suns were directly split in half by the sword light, and the people inside were also directly killed. Among them, there was a 7th layer of the Emperor God realm. Even though the strong man of the 7th Great Supreme God layer from the Sun clan was 1 level higher than Yi Ling, his fighting strength hadn't reached 6 stars yet. It was only 3 stars. Yi Ling's battle strength was close to 10 stars. The difference was too great. The Sun clan was not the Heavenly Human clan. The muscular men from the Heavenly Human clan that Lu Ming and the others had encountered previously had battle strengths of 5 stars, 6 stars, or even 7 stars. The young geniuses were even more terrifying. Some of them even had battle strength of 8 stars. However, they were from the Heavenly Human clan. The Sun clan was not even close to the top 10 clans, let alone the Heavenly Human clan. In the Sun clan, there were very few people who had battle strength of 4 stars. How could these people be a match for Lu Ming and Yi Ling when their cultivation was not much higher? When Yi Ling attacked, Lu Ming attacked as well. Spear light burst forth, and the suns were extinguished one by one. In just a few breaths, only 2 of the 20 Sun clan members were left. The rest were all killed. Oh no, let's leave. Let's go. There were still some people from the Sun clan in the mountain range. They had not attacked previously. Instead, they were guarding the pill furnaces and refining the desolate pills. Leave the pill furnaces before you go, Yi Ling said coldly. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed over. The people guarding the pill furnaces were not even as strong as the previous batch. They were no match for Yi Ling. After a few of them were killed, the others were terrified. They threw out their pill furnaces and ran for their lives. Soon, Yi Ling flew over with a smile on his face. Not bad. There are 30 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. Unfortunately, there are no large pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. Yi Ling said. Not bad. Lu Ming also smiled. The majority of the pill furnaces were definitely in the hands of the Heavenly Human clan, or the top 10 clans. It was already a very good harvest for the Sun clan to be able to obtain 30 pill furnaces. The two of them split it equally. Each of them had 15 pill furnaces. The two of you, tell me about the current situation in the core area. Tell me everything you know. Lu Ming asked coldly as he looked at the two young men from the Sun clan. Chapter 43-46. The two young men of the Sun tribe did not dare to hide anything. They immediately told Qin Nen everything they knew. Besides, it was not a big secret. There was nothing to hide. According to the two young men from the Sun tribe, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had a rough understanding of the core area. There were a total of 96 earth veins in the vast land of the core area. There were 73 ordinary earth veins and 23 advanced earth veins. Each of the top 10 races occupied a high-grade earth vein. The Heavenly Human tribe occupied a total of 13 high-grade earth veins. As for the other smaller tribes, they occupied the ordinary earth veins. Of course, there were also people from the smaller tribes who entered, but they were not strong enough to occupy the earth veins. Almost all the advanced earth veins have been occupied. However, did the Heaven Destroyer not occupy a single advanced earth vein? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps the people of the Sky Exterminating Army had secretly occupied some small earth veins. Or perhaps the people of the Heavenly Extermination Army in this astral palace were not strong enough. The second level of the Taishang Immortal City was divided into 36 astral palaces, which meant that it was divided into 36 different areas. When everyone entered the Taishang Immortal City, they would be automatically assigned to one of the 36 astral palaces. Naturally, some astral palaces would be stronger, while others would be weaker. Perhaps the members of the Heaven Exterminating Army in this star palace were weaker. We have a simple map here. I'll give it to you now. Please let us go. A young man from the Sun tribe said. Then he took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the jade talisman and inserted a strand of energy. The jade talisman immediately lit up and a map appeared in the air. On this map, there were lines and dots of light. There were a total of 96 light spots. Among them, 23 were the brightest. Obviously, these light spots represented the earth veins. 23 light spots represented 23 advanced earth veins. Furthermore, there were words on every single dot of light, indicating which race it was occupied by. It was clear at a glance. This would be very helpful for Lu Ming and the others. Can we go now? The two Sun race members looked at Lu Ming with hopeful eyes. Lu Ming casually waved his hand. The two Sun race youths were overjoyed and flew away. However, a few sword lights flashed, and the two Sun race youths' vital signs disappeared. Their corpses fell into the mountain range. Lu Ming was expressionless, as if he had expected this. Let's see how fast this ordinary earth vein can condense the great desolate pill. Lu Ming said. After that, the two of them landed in the middle of the mountain range and chose a relatively good location. They took out a few pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and began to activate them to refine pills. A day later, they had a rough idea of what was going on. 240. In one day, a low-grade pill furnace could refine 2 batches of great desolate pills. Each batch contained 120 pills, for a total of 240 pills. This speed was 10 times faster than in the outer regions. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes were extremely bright. Even their breathing became heavy. 10 times the speed, this was too shocking. This was just an ordinary earth vein. How fast would those high-grade earth veins condense the great desolate pill? Let's occupy a high-grade earth vein first. The two of them looked at each other and had the same idea. They did not plan to stay in this ordinary earth vein for long. Instead, they planned to occupy a high-grade earth vein. With the black seed, anything was possible. Without the seed, they could only wait in this ordinary earth vein. They might even be hunted down by the elites of the heavenly palace. Now they were full of ambition and had no fear. The nearest high-grade earth vein is occupied by the heavenly human tribe. Let's choose this earth vein. Lu Ming said. Yi Ling naturally had no objections. Then, the two of them set off and flew toward the nearest earth vein. This place was not too far away from the high-grade earth vein. In less than a day, the two of them arrived. It was a huge mountain range. It was 10 times bigger than the previous one. Dense fog filled the air. It was like a fairyland. Even from afar he could feel an ancient aura surging toward him. A high-grade earth vein is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they stepped into the air and flew toward the center of the mountain range. The mountain range was continuous. The two sides were slightly shorter. The center was the highest. Obviously, it was also the place with the densest desolate aura. Heavenly human tribe, I'll give you 3 breaths time to get lost. Otherwise you'll be killed. Before the two of them got close, a cold voice came from the mountain range. Heavenly human tribe? Very well, I'll give you 5 minutes to get lost. Otherwise you'll be killed. Lu Ming replied. His voice spread throughout the mountain range. In the mountain range, all the heavenly human tribe members heard it. Where did this idiot come from? He's courting death. How dare he? Kill him. His entire family should be executed. In the mountain range, voices filled with killing intent came out. Go and see which blind thing came from. Bring his head to me. In the mountain range, a heavenly human tribe member passed down the order. Yes. Someone accepted the order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At least 10 figures broke through the air and flew toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling. In front of Lu Ming and Yi Ling, more than 10 figures appeared. They were all heavenly human tribe members. When these heavenly human tribe members saw Lu Ming and Yi Ling, some of them could not help but widen their eyes. Mu Yin, it's Mu Yin. Someone yelled. Among the many people, a few of them had chased after Lu Ming in the Adversity Crossing flying boat in the Adversity Crossing Sea. They recognized Lu Ming immediately. What? Mu Yin? He actually dares to come to us. In the mountain range, the remaining heavenly human tribe members were shocked. Many heavenly human tribe members who were too lazy to make a move put down what they were doing and flew into the sky. Everyone wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as they killed him, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. Even those who were at the critical moment of breaking through stopped cultivating and rushed toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling rushed to the side and to a corner of the mountain range. Don't let him escape. Chase. At first, more than 10 heavenly human tribe members chased after Lu Ming. Behind them, there was a group of people who were all heavenly human tribe members. There were more than 100 of them. Lu Ming and Yi Ling could not be bothered. They sped up and rushed toward the mountain range. They were not far from the mountain range. In a few flashes, they arrived. Once they reached the mountain range, Lu Ming waved his hand and a black seed flew out and landed in the mountain range. Once the black seed landed in the mountain range, it took root and sprouted, growing rapidly. Chapter 43-47. The black seed began to grow rapidly. Soon it grew into a towering tree. Lu Ming and Yi Ling dashed to the bottom of the big tree. They turned around and looked coldly at the heavenly human clan experts who were dashing toward them. That's... The strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were astonished when they saw the tree. They were even more astonished when they saw the disaster-avoiding ghosts on the tree. Die. Lu Ming said coldly. All of a sudden, the dozen or so crossing disaster ghosts on the tree branches opened their eyes and charged toward the heavenly human tribe experts. I don't believe it. Are they really disaster-avoiding ghosts? How can disaster-avoiding ghosts appear here? They're just illusions. Destroy them. The experts of the celestial race shouted coldly. They erupted with powerful auras and unleashed killing moves. All sorts of attacks bombarded the crossing disaster ghost. However, when the attacks landed on the disaster-avoiding ghosts, they only made the disaster-avoiding ghosts tremble. Then they continued attacking the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe as if nothing had happened. "Oh no!" shouted the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. One of the disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed into the body of a strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe. The strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe gave a horrible shriek, and his face became distorted. What was even more terrifying was that his body rapidly shriveled, and soon turned into a dried corpse without any sign of life as it fell to the ground. The strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe wasn't the only one. The other strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were the same. Their attacks were useless against the disaster-avoiding ghosts. The disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed into their bodies and turned them into mummies. Then the disaster-avoiding ghost rushed out of their bodies, and its size seemed to have increased by a size. The strongest cultivator of the heavenly human tribe was at the seventh great supreme god layer. In a flash, they were all killed. None of them were left alive. The strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were astonished. It's the disaster-avoiding ghosts. It's really the disaster-avoiding ghosts. Why are there disaster-avoiding ghosts here? This is the core area. It's that tree. There's something wrong with that tree, shouted the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. They slowed down and stopped in the distance. They looked at the disaster-avoiding ghosts cautiously. "What should we do?" a celestial asked. "Mu Yin, don't let them go. Although these disaster-avoiding ghosts are powerful, this is not the disaster-avoiding ocean. I don't believe that they are as terrifying as the ones in the disaster-avoiding ocean. That's right, there's no black mist here. The strength of the crossing disaster ghosts should be limited. With so many of us, we should be able to defeat these crossing disaster ghosts." A few of the most fearsome heavenly human tribe warriors spoke one after another. Those strong men from the heavenly human tribe were extremely strong. They had all reached the ninth great supreme god layer. Two of the heavenly human tribe's brawny men were especially shocked. The two brawny men of the heavenly human tribe had participated in the hunt for Lu Ming and Yi Ling in the adversity-avoiding ocean. They clearly remembered that they had taken a part of Lu Ming and Yi Ling's crossing adversity airship. Furthermore, in order to fight against the crossing adversity ghost, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had thrown out the remaining parts of the crossing adversity airship. If one didn't have a calamity-traversing airship in the calamity-traversing ocean, wouldn't it only lead to death? Why were Lu Ming and Yi Ling still alive, and why did they obtain such a terrifying tree? They couldn't figure it out. These two guys are too strange. We have to get rid of them. Let's attack together and kill this kid. One of the brawny men from the heavenly human tribe who had participated in the hunt for Lu Ming shouted. "Attack together. Kill." There were at least 100 heavenly human tribe warriors there. Some were young and some were in their prime. Of course, most of them were in their prime and their strength was shocking. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly human tribe warriors were like erupting volcanoes. Terrifying auras burst out from them and they charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Kill. Lu Ming gave the order to the dozen or so crossing ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts let out ear-piercing screams and charged towards the heavenly human tribe warriors. Kill. Over 100 heavenly human tribe cultivators roared as they unleashed over 100 attacks toward the dozen or so evil spirits. This time, the heavenly human tribe warriors' attacks were even more terrifying. Most importantly, they were too strong. More than half of them were above the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. There were also many 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. There were even 5 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm warriors. The combination of these forces was simply too powerful. Over 100 attacks landed on the crossing disaster ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts trembled violently, and their bodies kept twisting. However, in the end, the heavenly human tribe warriors' attacks did not destroy the crossing disaster ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts broke through the heavenly human tribe's attacks and continued to attack the heavenly human tribe warriors. The heavenly human tribe warriors' faces changed drastically. Some of the more timid ones involuntarily stepped back. Use the ultimate heavenly energy. A brawny heavenly human tribe warrior shouted. Heavenly punishment! Heavenly punishment! Among the 100 heavenly human tribe warriors, there were only a dozen of them who had truly mastered the ultimate heavenly energy. However, the ultimate heavenly energy was not to be underestimated. The Heavenly Punishment Force, and other supreme heavenly powers formed different types of attacks, and once again blasted towards the dozen or so tribulation-avoiding ghosts. This time, the crossing disaster ghost's body trembled even more violently. Its body was actually blocked, and it couldn't rush over. It's working! The heavenly human tribe warriors' eyes lit up. The ultimate heavenly energy could block the crossing disaster ghosts. This made them overjoyed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's expressions changed slightly. It seems that this is not the crossing disaster ocean after all. Moreover, these crossing disaster ghosts have just been born. There is still a huge gap between their strength and the crossing disaster ghosts in the crossing disaster ocean. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded. Their strength is indeed much weaker. However, they seem to be able to grow. It should be enough to deal with these heavenly human tribe warriors. Lu Ming continued to control the crossing disaster ghosts to attack the heavenly human tribe warriors. Those who control the power of the paramount heavens, stop the calamity crossing ghosts. The rest of you go kill Mu Yin. Also cut down that tree. My guess is that once that tree is dead, the calamity crossing ghosts will vanish. A young man from the heavenly human tribe said. This person was extremely handsome. He was young and belonged to the younger generation. However, his cultivation level had reached the 8th layer of the great god realm. He was definitely a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe. He had great prestige. Many strong men from the heavenly human tribe seemed to obey his orders. Immediately, the heavenly human tribe warriors followed the young man's instructions. Under the young man's lead, they used the ultimate heavenly energy to attack the crossing disaster ghosts and block them. As for the other heavenly human tribe warriors, they went around the crossing disaster ghosts from the other side, and charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Mu Yin die. Kill. The eyes of the heavenly human tribe members were filled with greed. One by one, they launched attacks at Lu Ming. Chapter 43-48. Lu Ming and Yi Ling remained calm in the face of the attacks from the heavenly human tribe. They had no intention of fighting back. When the attacks came close to Lu Ming and Yi Ling, the tree moved. Whoosh. Roots that were thicker than a person's waist extended from the tree's roots. They were like long snakes that swept toward the heavenly human tribe. The roots were extremely powerful. Some of the weaker heavenly human tribe members were hit by the roots. They screamed and their bodies exploded. Then their flesh and blood were all absorbed by the roots. Even the stronger ones, such as those at the 8th or 9th level of the great god realm, were sent flying by the roots and vomited blood. Swoosh. 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 There were at least a dozen roots. Each of them was more than 1,000 miles long. They danced in the air and attacked crazily. In an instant, at least 30 heavenly human tribe members were killed by the roots. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the heavenly human tribe members, the tree seemed to have become more luxuriant and taller. Its roots also became thicker and more powerful. The dozens of roots grew longer and swept toward the remaining heavenly human tribe members. Damn it! Back off! The heavenly human tribe members were shocked and quickly retreated. As they retreated, they attacked the roots and tried to cut them off. However, when these attacks landed on the roots, they only emitted clang 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 sounds of metal colliding. They only left marks on the roots, but did not cut through them. The dozens of roots continued to attack the heavenly human tribe members. Another dozen heavenly human tribe members were caught off guard, and were swept away by the roots. They were killed instantly, and their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots. The remaining 50 heavenly human tribe members were terrified. They did not dare to stay any longer, and quickly retreated. You want to retreat? Disaster-avoiding ghosts, come back. Lu Ming thought. The calamity-avoiding ghosts, who had been battling the dozen or so heavenly humans who had mastered the supreme power of the heavens, suddenly turned around and charged toward the retreating heavenly humans. The disaster-avoiding ghosts and the roots attacked from two sides. The heavenly human tribe members could not escape, and they inevitably bumped into each other. Instantly, more than a dozen heavenly human tribe experts had their bodies invaded by more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts. These heavenly human tribe elites let out blood-curdling screams. Under the horrified gazes of the other heavenly human tribe elites, they quickly shriveled up and turned into dried corpses. Their essence, chi, and soul had all been devoured. This time, many of them had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, and the others had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God layer. After devouring these experts, the bodies of the dozen or so calamity-overcoming ghosts became significantly more corporeal and larger. Their auras became even more sinister and frightening. They were at least twice as strong as before. Creak, creak, creak. These disaster-avoiding ghosts screamed, and their gazes became even more ferocious as they stared at the other heavenly humans. The remaining heavenly humans felt chills run down their spines and cold sweat trickled down their backs. They no longer had the heart to continue fighting and fled in all directions. If that was the case, they would be even more unable to block the pincer attack of the tree roots and the disaster-avoiding ghost. These celestial clan experts fell one after another. Even if the 10 experts with the strongest heavenly powers went all out to defend, it was useless. The celestials were killed one by one, and they were all turned into nutrients for the tree, making it stronger and stronger. Retreat, retreat, shouted the young genius of the celestial clan in the end. He chose to retreat. Lu Ming, of course, wouldn't let these celestial clan experts retreat. He controlled the tree and its roots extended to 10,000 miles. At the same time, the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts chased after the celestial clan experts. In the end, the celestial clan experts paid a heavy price and escaped from the mountain range. But it was too tragic. Originally, there had been more than 100 celestial clan experts in the mountain range. But in the end, only 7 of them had survived. Even a strong man of the heavenly human clan, who had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer, was careless. He was surrounded by a few ghosts and was killed. That young genius of the celestial clan took the other 6 celestial clan experts and ran very far away. They only stopped when the disaster-avoiding ghosts stopped chasing them. Damn it, Muyin, roared the celestial clan expert. The heaven's favorite of the celestial tribe growled. His face was twisted with anger, and was extremely ferocious. Their losses were too great. This time, they had suffered too great a loss. The celestial clan was divided into many branches, and the competition between them was great. They had to compete for power and resources, etc. He was the leader of this high-grade earth vein, which meant that his branch had occupied it. The other celestial clan experts were his subordinates. But now they were all dead. It was too great a loss for him. Young Master Yi Chu Haohan, what should we do now? Asked a strong man. The young man's name was Yi Chu Haohan. What should we do? Of course, we have to take revenge. Mu Yun, I will skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Now let's leave this place and find other experts to kill this brat together. Yi Chu Haohan roared. His killing intent was extremely strong. After saying that, he turned around and left with the other 6 celestial clan experts. On the mountain range, Lu Ming and Yi Ling watched Yi Chu Haohan and the others leave. It's a pity that this is not the disaster-avoiding sea. The disaster-avoiding ghosts are greatly restricted. Lu Ming sighed. Of course, he would not let Yi Chu Haohan and the others go easily. Unfortunately, he found that the disaster-avoiding ghosts could not be too far away from the tree. If they were too far away from the tree, their strength would decrease greatly. Obviously, they would still be greatly affected if they were not in the disaster-avoiding sea. The Celestial clan will probably retaliate soon. Let's seize the time to condense the desolation pills and cultivate. Yi Ling said. Alright, let's count our gains first. Lu Ming said. This time, they had killed more than 100 Celestial clan experts and obtained their storage rings. The 2 of them were looking forward to it. Would there be no pill furnaces and desolation pills in the storage rings of these Celestial clan experts? The 2 of them came to the bottom of the tree, took out all the storage rings, and began to count them. After counting, the 2 of them smiled. It was a big gain. It was really a big gain. Among the rings of holding, there were about 12 million desolation pills. After splitting the spoils, The two of them each had about 6 million desolation pills. In addition, the two of them had some left before, so they had a lot of desolation pills. In addition, there were 200 pill furnaces. Most of them were pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter, but there were 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. The two of them divided it equally, so each of them had 100 pill furnaces. Lu Ming's heart was beating faster. After all, he had worked so hard and only had a total of 75 pill furnaces. Among them, there were only 5 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. With these 100 pill furnaces, the total number of pill furnaces was 175. Among them, there were 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. Yi Ling probably had even more pill furnaces. It's a pity that Yi Chu Haohan escaped. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Chapter 43-49. Yi Chu Haohan was the leader of the heavenly human tribe. Most of the pill furnaces must be in his hands. As for the others, they probably only had a small portion. This was only a small portion of the pill furnaces, yet there were already 200 of them. Yi Chu Haohan must have even more pill furnaces. If they could kill him, they would be rich. It was a pity that the other party had escaped. As long as the other party left the range of the calamity-avoiding ghost, Lu Ming could not do anything to them. His and Yi Ling's actual combat power was still a far cry from that of the heavenly humans. Based on their actual combat power, they would definitely be killed in seconds. The two of them came to the bottom of the tree and started refining the desolation pills without stopping. Lu Ming chose a flat area to sit down on. With a wave of his hand, 175 pill furnaces flew out and landed on the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and streaks of forbidden energy flew into the pill furnaces. Buzz! The pill furnaces vibrated and runes appeared on them. The desolation chi between heaven and earth quickly gathered towards the pill furnaces. The desolation chi here was too dense. When it gathered towards the pill furnaces, it was like a tornado was blowing. After activating all 175 pill furnaces, Lu Ming did not bother about them anymore. He started to comprehend the normal secret skills. Half a day later, the 175 pill furnaces started to vibrate. Then desolation pills flew out like raindrops. There were too many of them. They were densely packed and flew out of the pill furnaces continuously, filling the entire sky. So many. Even Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then he grabbed the air and a strong suction force was produced. All the desolation pills gathered towards Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and calculated the exact number of desolation pills. 159,000. In just half a day, he had refined a single furnace of pills, and the number of pills had reached 159,000. This speed was extremely shocking and terrifying. At the same time, Lu Ming also calculated the number of pills produced by the pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and 3 meters. A pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter could refine 600 desolation pills in one furnace. In the outer region, a pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter could only refine 12 desolation pills in one furnace. Previously, Lu Ming and the others had tried refining 120 desolation pills in one furnace on an ordinary earth vein. But here, 600 desolation pills in one furnace was 5 times more than an ordinary earth vein. A pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters could refine 6,000 desolation pills in one furnace. No wonder the heavenly human tribe and the top 10 tribes had occupied the high-level earth veins. They're refining desolation pills. If I want to break through from the 5th to the 6th great supreme god layer, I need 12 million desolate pills. At this speed, I'll need 40 days to refine them. Lu thought. Then he put the hundreds of thousands of desolation pills into his storage ring and continued to refine desolation pills into the furnace. Just like that, Lu Ming refined elixirs while comprehending the secret skill. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 3 million desolation pills. In addition to the 8 million desolation pills he had before, he now had more than 10 million desolation pills. He was not far from 12 million desolation pills. Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura came from about 1,000 miles away from Lu Ming. A sword light could be vaguely seen soaring into the sky. Yi Ling is about to break through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This aura was clearly Yi Ling's. It seemed that Yi Ling had finally collected enough desolation pills to break through. Yi Ling had accumulated a lot of desolation pills in the outer region. After working with Lu Ming, the two of them had more than 8 million desolation pills. In addition to the refining during this period, Yi Ling definitely had more than 20 million desolation pills. Yi Ling's cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's. He was in the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. To break through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need a lot of desolation pills. He needed more than Lu Ming to break through to the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. After all, Yi Ling was also a peerless genius. The power he controlled was not to be underestimated. Although it was far from taboo power, he still needed more energy than ordinary people to break through. Yi Ling's aura continued to soar. When it reached a peak, it slowly decreased. Lu Ming knew that Yi Ling had reached the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm and stabilized. Lu Ming smiled. After all, he and Yi Ling were in a cooperative relationship. Furthermore, along the way, they had experienced life and death situations. He still trusted Yi Ling's character. The stronger Yi Ling was, the better it would be for him. Yi Ling had broken through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In addition, his battle strength was close to 10 stars. He would be a great help. I have almost enough desolation pills. Continue. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and controlled the cauldron to continue refining desolation pills. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were streaks of light rushing over at an astonishing speed. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred streaks of light. The people of the heavenly human tribe are indeed here. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoosh! 1,000 miles away, Yi Ling soared into the sky and stood in the air, looking into the distance. Soon, the streaks of light converged and stopped. A few hundred figures appeared in the air. Most of them were experts of the heavenly human tribe. However, there were also some other tribes such as the Angel tribe, the Demon tribe, the Buddha tribe, the Blood tribe, and the Soul tribe. They were all from the top 10 tribes. The total number was more than 500. Mu Yun is in this earth vein. Do you see that tree? A young man stepped out from the heavenly human tribe and pointed at the tree that Lu Ming had planted with a seed. This young man was Yi Chu Haohan. Is this tree really so terrifying that it killed more than 100 of your people? Another prodigy of the heavenly human tribe said with a puzzled look. This prodigy of the heavenly human tribe was also a terrifying existence. His status in the heavenly human tribe was not inferior to Yi Chu Haohan. He led a group of people and occupied another high-level earth vein. This time, he was called out by Yi Chu Haohan. Of course, it was also because he was greedy and killed Mu Yun. Don't underestimate a tree. This tree should be related to the disaster-avoiding sea. The attack power of its roots is extremely terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that there are more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts living on it. Yi Chu Haohan explained. What? Disaster-avoiding ghosts? And there are more than a dozen of them? Everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. They knew how terrifying the disaster-avoiding ghosts were. It was not something that divine emperors could resist. Facing the disaster-avoiding ghosts, they would only die. Everyone, don't be too afraid. After all, this isn't the Calamity Crossing Ocean. The Calamity Crossing ghost is greatly restricted here. Its strength isn't too strong. Previously, we were able to block its attack with the utmost heaven energy. Moreover, it seems like the Calamity Crossing ghost can't go too far away from the tree. As long as we can cut down the tree, the Calamity Crossing ghost will disappear on its own. Yi Chu Haohan said. Chapter 4350. Yi Chu Haohan was also very smart. After the previous battle, he had already figured out the weaknesses of the tree and the crossing disaster ghost in the past 10 days. Hearing Yi Chu Haohan's explanation, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they still didn't dare to be careless. I suggest that the heavenly human tribe set up the 9th heaven battle formation and suppress the evil-avoiding ghosts with their strongest power. The other tribes should wait for an opportunity to act and support them from the side. Yi Chu Haohan said. I agree. I agree too. That's the safest way. The other heavenly human tribe members nodded. After all, they didn't dare to be careless in the face of something as strange as the evil-avoiding ghosts. The safest way was to set up the ninth heaven battle formation and gather everyone's power. Immediately, about 400 heavenly human tribe members flashed and began to set up a battle formation. Boom! A powerful aura soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth and causing the void to rumble. They activated the battle formation and dashed toward the Earth Meridian, toward Lu Ming's location. Meanwhile, the angels and the other races were roaming around, assisting the heavenly human tribe and attacking whenever they had the time. When the battle formation set up by the heavenly human tribe approached the Earth vein, it condensed into a huge battle sword and slashed toward Lu Ming. Evil-avoiding ghosts. Lu Ming's mind moved. On the tree, more than a dozen evil-avoiding ghosts screamed and rushed toward the heavenly human tribe members. After the last battle, they had devoured many celestial tribe experts, and the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had expanded greatly, and they screeched as they charged toward the celestial tribe experts, clashing with the battle swords formed by the celestial tribe battle formation. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. More than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts trembled violently. They were blocked and forced to retreat from the impact. Among so many heavenly human tribe members, there were naturally many who had mastered the 4 supreme heavenly powers. Therefore, the battle formation was also integrated with the supreme heavenly powers to suppress the evil-avoiding ghosts. However, it only pushed the evil-avoiding ghosts back and didn't hurt them. The battle sword formed by the ninth heaven battle formation was also weakened. The sword light dimmed a little, but it continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. He just stood there motionlessly. At this moment, the ground began to move. Rumbling sounds could be heard as roots extended from the ground and swept toward the battle sword. Dozens of roots wrapped around the sword. In the end, with a bang, the battle sword collapsed. Continue, shouted Yi Chu Haohan, and activated the 9 heavens battle formation. A heavenly human tribe member. This figure was from the heavenly human race. He wore a crown on his head and held a golden battle sword in his hand. He was incomparably imposing. As heavenly human tribe members, kill him! The heavenly human clan's king bellowed. Holding a combat sword, he stepped into the void and charged toward Lu Ming. The combat sword slashed out, causing the void to tremble violently. The sword aura was shocking. He human tribe members as a tribe Howan human tribe member. After all, more than 400 strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan had fused together. Many of them had the strength of the 7th, 8th, and 9th great supreme god layers. How terrifying. Block it! Lu Ming bellowed and gave the order to the big tree. Whoosh! This time, hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground. The roots didn't attack. Instead, they intertwined to form a huge shield in front of the heavenly human tribe member. Clang! The shocking sword light slashed onto the shield made of intertwined roots, causing a loud boom. Endless sword chi spread out in all directions. However, the sword light was blocked in the end. This caused the expressions of the heavenly human clansmen to turn ugly. The tree's defense was too terrifying. They had set up a battle formation with so many of them. How powerful was its attack power? How could it be blocked? Continue. The heavenly human tribe members roared and continued to control the battle formation to launch a storm of attacks. However, dozens of attacks were blocked by the shield formed by the roots. Moreover, the shield formed by the roots was extremely flexible and could extend to thousands of miles away. No matter how the heavenly human tribe members attacked, they were blocked. You guys escape from the side and kill Mu Yun. Yi Chu Haohan roared and gave an order to the angel tribe and the blood tribe members. Kill. The angel tribe members escaped from the side and charged at Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with killing intent. The dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts returned to Lu Ming's side at an astonishing speed and charged at those races. Not good, let's join forces. The angels, vampires, and other races experts roared and attacked the 11 crossing disaster ghosts with all kinds of attacks. However, their strength was still far inferior to the heavenly human tribe's supreme heavenly power. They couldn't suppress the disaster-avoiding ghosts at all. The disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed past them and charged at the angel tribe, the blood tribe, and the other experts. They rushed into their bodies. These people screamed miserably as their bodies quickly shriveled. Their essence, chi, and spirit were all devoured. When the others saw this scene, they were so scared that their bodies turned cold and they retreated frantically. The dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts chased after them and killed more than a dozen experts, devouring their flesh and blood. The remaining people fled far away in a sorry state. They were still in shock and didn't dare to approach the mountain range again. Go. Lu Ming controlled the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts and charged at the Heavenly Human Tribe's battle formation. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe's battle formation was indeed powerful. There was a layer of defensive barrier around them that the disaster-avoiding ghosts could not break through. Just like that, the two sides entered a stalemate. The Heavenly Human Tribe members wanted to kill Lu Ming, but they were blocked by the big tree. Lu Ming wanted to kill the Heavenly Human Tribe members, but he couldn't do it. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. At this time, the Heavenly Human Tribe members wanted to retreat. Continuously activating the battle formation was very taxing for them. After an hour, many of them couldn't bear it anymore. If this continued, the battle formation might become unstable. In the end, the Heavenly Human Tribe members retreated out of the mountain range and stopped. Damn it! Despicable bastards! Many Heavenly Human Tribe members roared angrily. Lu Ming was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't kill him. This was unacceptable for them, who had always been high and mighty. In their opinion, all living beings in the primeval universe were lowly and lowly. They were all their slaves, and their lives were their blessings. Whoever they wanted to kill, they had to obediently let them kill them. They couldn't resist. However, not only did Lu Ming not let them kill him, but he also killed their people repeatedly. In their opinion, this was simply treason and heinous. He deserved to die 1,000 or 10,000 times. Let's recover first, then continue to set up the battle formation and kill our way over. I don't believe that the power of the big tree is endless. Yi Chihao roared. Among the crowd, his anger and killing intent were the strongest. Chapter 43:51. That's right. Let's recover first, and then attack. I don't believe that the power of the tree is endless. The other Heavenly Human Tribe members also roared. Immediately, the Heavenly Human Tribe members took out the primitive pills and refined them to recover their strength. After refining the primitive pills, they recovered quickly. In a short time they had fully recovered. After recovering, they continued to set up the array and charged toward Lu Ming. However, they were still blocked by the roots of the big tree. Lu Ming sneered. How could he not know what the Heavenly Human Tribe members were thinking? However, they were doomed to be wrong. Would the tree run out of energy? That was impossible. Although they were far away from the disaster crossing sea, the tree could still absorb the fog from the disaster crossing sea unknowingly. As long as it absorbed the fog, the tree would not run out of energy. Therefore, no matter how the Heavenly Human Tribe members attacked, it was useless. After a while, the Heavenly Human Tribe retreated, and then recovered and continued to attack. In this way, the stalemate lasted for 7 days. Still, no one could do anything to the other. The Heavenly Human Tribe members were furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, they decided to retreat. They had no choice but to retreat. They could not afford to waste time. They had occupied the high-grade earth vein. If they returned to the high-grade earth vein to refine the primitive pills, how many primitive pills could they refine in a day? Every day they were delayed was a great loss. The Nine Heavens battle formation should be set up by experts of the 9th layer of the Emperor God realm. That way, it will be the most powerful. Otherwise, the power will be impure. Among us, there are people of different cultivation levels. It is difficult for us to unleash the full power of the battle formation. That's why we can't break the tree's defense. Let's go back now and refine the primitive pills to increase our cultivation. When more people reach the 9th layer of the Emperor God realm, we can set up the battle formation again. It will be easy to break the tree's defense. A genius from the Heavenly Human Tribe said. The others agreed with him. Although Yi Chu Haohan was unwilling, He had no choice but to retreat with the other heavenly human tribe members. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Yi Ling were left in the area. After the heavenly human tribe members left, it seems like they won't come back for a while. Yi Ling stepped forward and said, "That's right. This is a good opportunity for us. Let's make the best use of our time to cultivate." Lu Ming said. The two of them continued to refine Great Desolation pills. 7 days later, Lu Ming's desolate pills had already exceeded 12 million. At this time, he began to absorb the desolate pills to increase his cultivation base. As his cultivation increased, the speed at which he refined the desolation pills also increased. Opening his mouth, he sucked in hundreds of thousands of Great Desolation pills, turning them into energy that spread to the 60 trillion cells in his body. Then they turned into taboo energy. After refining it, he continued to refine the Great Desolate pills. Just like that, Lu Ming's cultivation base rose rapidly. From the early stage of the 5th Great Supreme God layer to the middle stage of the 5th Great Supreme God layer, then the late stage, then the peak of the 5th Great Supreme God layer. In just a little more than a day, Lu Ming's body erupted with a powerful aura, breaking through a new peak. 6th Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. In the Taishang Immortal City, one's cultivation base rose extremely quickly. As long as one had enough desolation pills, one's cultivation base could keep rising. There was no limit to it. There was almost no bottleneck. Before entering the Taishang Immortal City, Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the top of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Only a few years had passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation base had risen at an astonishing speed. Now he had even broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. If this had happened outside, it would have been unimaginable. Even the strongest geniuses of the heavenly human clan, who had endless resources, would have progressed much slower than this. Desolation pills could be said to be treasures that could steal the fortune of the universe. Unfortunately, he couldn't take them out. Otherwise, they would be extremely valuable. Slowly, Lu Ming's chi stabilized. He had broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. After breaking through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. With his fighting strength at the top of the 12-star Great Supreme God layer, he could be considered an expert even in the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Only those who had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer with at least 3 stars could compete with Lu Ming. There weren't many people from ordinary clans who had the strength of 3 stars. In other words, in the primitive universe, Lu Ming was one of the strongest cultivators below the Great Supreme God layer. But it wasn't enough. He still had a long way to go. If he improved, others would also improve. After a while, the second floor of the Taishang Immortal City would be filled with cultivators of the 7th Great Supreme God layer and above. There would even be a handful of cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Besides, there would be many geniuses there. For example, how strong would the geniuses on the universe's young geniuses list be if they broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer? There were also the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace, especially the Heavenly Human Clan, who were the most terrifying. There were also terrifying geniuses in the prime of their lives. Therefore, Lu Ming still had a long way to go. The 6th Great Supreme God layer was far from enough. He still needed to improve. However, to break through from the 6th Great Supreme God layer to the 7th Great Supreme God layer, he would need even more desolation pills. Lu Ming estimated that he would need 120 million desolation pills. That was a shocking number. Even in this high-level earth vein, it would take more than a year to refine desolation pills. Therefore, he couldn't waste time. Lu Ming waited for his cultivation to stabilize before continuing to refine desolation pills. Time passed day by day. The Heavenly Human Clan didn't come to trouble Lu Ming anymore. Soon more than 10 days had passed. During this time, the news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had occupied a high-level earth vein, and that the Heavenly Human Clan had suffered a great loss and couldn't do anything to Lu Ming's group spread like wildfire. Soon all the earth veins in the core area were big and small. There was an ordinary earth vein in the area north of Lu Ming's group. On the surface, this earth vein was occupied by a clan from the primitive universe. In fact, it was occupied by the Heaven Destroyer. Their leader was Tian Xianyu. When Tian Xianyu received the news, she was dumbfounded. It took her a long time to react. I didn't expect that Lu Ming and Yi Ling could occupy a high-level earth vein. This is really beyond my expectations. Tian Xianyu exclaimed. Tian Xianyu, what should we do now? What's your plan? Another person asked. In this star palace, the Heaven Destroyer is too weak. We definitely won't be a match for the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, we can only hide in the dark and slowly accumulate strength. However, we won't be able to hide from the Heavenly Human Clan for long. We'll be discovered sooner or later. Especially now that the Heavenly Human Clan has suffered a great loss at the hands of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They will definitely transfer their resentment to the Heaven Destroyer. I reckon that during this period, the Heavenly Human Clan will be secretly searching for the Heaven Destroyer. Therefore, we must leave as soon as possible and seek refuge with Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Tian Xianyu said. Chapter 4352. Heaven Destroyer was relatively weak in this star palace. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed many members of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Tian Xianyu was sure that the Heavenly Human Tribe would not let them go. They would definitely search for Heaven Destroyer secretly. If this continued, they would be in danger. Therefore, Tian Xianyu wanted to bring her people to Lu Ming. Another reason was that Lu Ming and the others were occupying a high-level earth vein. If they could join Lu Ming and enter the high-level earth vein, they would be able to refine desolation pills much faster. The higher the level of the Emperor God realm, the more desolation pills one would need to break through. Even if one was not talented enough and did not control enough power, the number of desolation pills required when one reached the 7th, 8th, or even 9th layer of the Emperor God realm would be shocking. It's good to join Lu Ming and Yi Ling, but I don't know if they will agree. Some people were worried. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, we are Heaven Destroyer's people. We are on the same side. Moreover, we have no grudges against them. I believe Lu Ming and Yi Ling will not be so heartless. Pack up and let's go. Tian Xianyu said. Soon, Tian Xianyu led a group of people to the high-level earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. In fact, Tian Xianyu and the others were not the only Heaven Destroyer hiding in the dark. There were others who were hiding in various places. Some of them did not even hide in the earth vein. They just stayed in the mountains where the desolation chi was thicker. When they heard about Lu Ming and Yi Ling, some of them were tempted and went to the earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. They were ready to join Lu Ming and the others. However, not everyone was going to join Lu Ming and Yi Ling. For example, Fei Yi. Although Fei Yi and the others had crossed the adversity crossing sea with Tian Xianyu and the others, they had left Tian Xianyu and the others after arriving at the adversity crossing sea. Fei Yi's ambition was not small. He did not want to live under someone else's roof, so he led a group of people and hid at the edge of an ordinary earth vein. He secretly refined the desolation pill and raised his cultivation. He was very confident that his talent was high enough. As long as his cultivation increased, he would not be weaker than others. When he heard that Lu Ming had killed many heavenly humans and occupied a high-grade earth vein, his heart was filled with jealousy. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lu Ming's talent may be high, but his brain isn't good. If he offends the celestial race like this, the celestial race will definitely take revenge on him. Although he has gained some advantages now, he will die sooner or later. Let's see how long he can be arrogant for. We don't have to get too close to this person. If we get too close to him, we'll be killed by him sooner or later. Trust me, he won't be arrogant for long. Fei Yi said coldly. Hearing Fei Yi's words, a few people who originally wanted to suggest joining Lu Ming could only swallow their words. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. During these days, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had been concentrating on refining desolation pills. Lu Ming received more than 300,000 desolation pills every day. At this rate, Lu Ming should be able to gather enough desolation pills to break through to the 7th Great Supreme God layer in a little more than a year. However, at this moment, a group of people arrived nearby. As expected, they're here. Heaven Destroyer's people, whispered Lu Ming. He stood up and floated in the air. Yi Ling also noticed this group of people. He also flew over and landed next to Lu Ming. It's Tian Xianyu and the others. said Yiling. Lu Ming nodded. He had already seen Tian Xianyue in the crowd. He glanced around and did not see Fei Yi and the others. Brother Lu, Brother Yi, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you would cause such a big commotion. I'm really surprised. Tian Xianyue smiled and cupped her fists. She was much more polite than the last time they had met. We were just lucky. May I know why Brother Tian Xianyue is here? Asked Lu Ming, even though he already knew the answer. He knew very well that Tian Xianyue and the others had most likely come to seek refuge with him. However, since they had not said anything, he would not take the initiative to ask them to come in. To be honest, we are here to seek refuge with Brother Lu and Brother Yi. Brother Lu and Brother Yi, you must take us in. Tian Xianyue cupped her fists and said humbly. Hearing that Tian Xianyue and the others had indeed come to seek refuge with them, Lu Ming could not help but ponder. The desolation chi in the earth vein was not endless. It would be exhausted as the desolation pills continued to condense. The reason why the desolation chi in the earth vein was so dense was because it had accumulated over a long period of time. 60 stellar years ago, someone had been here. Over the past 60 stellar years, the primordial gas had accumulated to such a high concentration. If it was only Lu Ming and Yiling who were condensing the desolation pills, they would be able to last longer. However, with the addition of others, the duration would be much shorter. This was where Lu Ming was pondering. Lu Ming, Tian Xianyue is very talented. It would be a pity if she died in the hands of the heavenly human tribe. It would be a great loss for Heaven Destroyer. Yiling whispered to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and said, All right, everyone can come in. Lu Ming finally nodded in agreement. Tian Xianyue and the others were very talented. When they grew up, they would become the backbone of the heavenly palace. It would be impossible for him to fight against the heavenly palace alone. He would have to gather all his forces to fight against the heavenly palace. Therefore, he would help the heaven exterminating army whenever he could. As for the lack of desolation chi in the earth vein, he would look for other earth veins later. Thank you, Lu Ming, Brother Yi. Thank you. Tian Xianyue and the others thanked him repeatedly, and then flew into the earth vein. They scattered to various parts of the earth vein, then took out their pill furnaces, and began to refine desolation pills. Lu Ming and Yiling also returned to their original place, and continued to refine pills. In the following period, from time to time, people from Heaven Destroyer came to seek refuge. Lu Ming did not refuse and let them in. During this process, the heavenly human tribe's counterattack finally began. The heavenly human tribe sent out experts to hunt down the people of Heaven Destroyer. Many people from Heaven Destroyer who were hiding in the dark were killed. This made more people come to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Some people who did not want to seek refuge with Lu Ming also came to seek refuge with Lu Ming. In a small mountain range, there was a group of more than 20 people. The leader was Fei Yi. At this time, they were in a very sorry state. They had been hunted down by the heavenly human tribe, and were almost wiped out. Fortunately, they had escaped in advance and were lucky to escape. At this moment, many of them had fear on their faces. What should we do? What should we do now? The heavenly human tribe is hunting down our Heaven Destroyer. If this continues, they will catch up to us sooner or later. Someone spoke with a look of panic on his face. It's all Lu Ming's fault. It's all his fault. If he had not killed so many heavenly human tribe members and completely angered them, they would not have gone crazy and hunted down our Heaven Destroyer on a large scale. Lu Ming has to take full responsibility. Fei Yi roared. Chapter 43:53. Fei Yi roared angrily and pushed all the blame onto Lu Ming. Some people on the side did not agree. Was it wrong to kill the celestial humans? Their Heaven Destroyer was known as the Heaven Destroyer because they wanted to destroy the celestial humans. Since they had the chance to kill the celestial humans, they naturally would not let it go. They would do the same if it were them. Fei Yi blamed all of this on Lu Ming, but they did not agree with him at all. However, no one said anything. After all, Fei Yi's cultivation was the highest among them. They still had to count on Fei Yi for the next operation. However, many people were disdainful of Fei Yi's character. I heard that many people have gone to seek refuge with Lu Ming, and Lu Ming has accepted them. Now those people are in the high-level ley lines, quickly condensing the desolate pills and improving their cultivation. Let's also go and seek refuge with Lu Ming. That's right, I think so too. Let's go and seek refuge with Lu Ming. Yes, the celestial humans don't dare to go there. Moreover, they can quickly improve their cultivation. It's killing two birds with one stone. The others also discussed animatedly, all of them suggesting to seek refuge with Lu Ming. In the end, everyone's gazes turned to Fei Yi. Fei Yi's expression was a little ugly. Previously, he had despised Lu Ming in public, and said that he would not seek refuge with Lu Ming. Now he was asked to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Wasn't that a slap to his face? However, he also wanted to seek refuge with Lu Ming. There were many dangers outside, and he might be found and killed by the celestial humans at any time. However, if he were to agree to submit to Lu Ming so easily, how could he not feel embarrassed? Therefore, he continued to ponder. Fei Yi, I know you have a grudge with Lu Ming, but now is not the time to be impulsive. You should put aside your grudge and seek refuge with him. That's right. Our common enemy is the celestial humans. A little grudge between us is a small matter. This matter concerns all of our lives. Fei Yi, think about it. The others tried to persuade him. Well, I don't care about my own safety. At worst, I will perish together with the heavenly human tribe. But you are innocent. For the sake of everyone's safety, I have decided to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Everyone, let's go. In the end, Fei Yi found a way out of this embarrassing situation. Only after saying some hypocritical words did he agree. Immediately they set off. Fortunately, they weren't too far away from the high-grade earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. With a bit of luck, they didn't encounter any heavenly human tribe experts along the way. Thus, they arrived at the high-grade earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. As soon as Fei Yi and the others approached, Lu Ming sensed them. Someone else is coming, Lu Ming muttered. He finished comprehending the secret technique and looked into the distance. Flying leaves. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Fei Yi looked around and saw Lu Ming. However, he pretended that he didn't see Lu Ming and said to the people around him, Let's go directly into the mountain range and find a place to stay. Aren't we going to inform Lu Ming? It's not good to just go in like this. Someone hesitated. What's not good about it? Anyway, the people of Heaven Destroyer can enter. We are also Heaven Destroyer. He has no reason to refuse us. Let's go in quickly, Fei Yi said. He didn't want to face Lu Ming, and wanted to go directly into the mountain range. The others could only bite the bullet and follow Fei Yi. You didn't even ask for my permission. Lu Ming sneered. He got up and stepped out. In a flash, he appeared in front of Fei Yi and the others. Everyone, please wait, Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, it's you. What a coincidence. Fei Yi pretended that he had just seen Lu Ming and squeezed out a stiff smile. Oh, is that so? Everyone, this is my place. Please go back. Lu Ming waved his hand. This made many people's faces change. Lu Ming didn't accept their surrender? Lu Ming, we're here to seek refuge with you. Now the people of the heavenly human race are wantonly capturing the people of Heaven Destroyer. A brawny man hurriedly explained with a humble attitude. If you're here to seek refuge with me, why did you want to go in without my permission just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, we're all Heaven Destroyer. We should take care of each other. There's no need to greet each other, right? Fei Yi said. Take care of each other? Haha. Lu Ming sneered and said. That's not what you said in the outer area. At that time, I was being chased by the heavenly human race. Why didn't you say that we should take care of each other? Instead, you were afraid that I would implicate you, so you asked me to leave alone and leave the team. Now you're telling me to take care of each other? Lu Ming's words were full of mockery. Beside the flying leaf, many people revealed looks of shame. Indeed, because Lu Ming was being chased by the heavenly human race, Fei Yi didn't want to act with Lu Ming because he was afraid of being implicated by Lu Ming. He wanted to let Lu Ming leave alone. They didn't stop him, but now they came to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Fei Yi even said that they should take care of each other, which made their faces burn. Damn Lu Ming. Fei Yi was roaring in his heart. Lu Ming had brought this up in public. It was simply a slap to his face. In his opinion, Lu Ming was humiliating him and embarrassing him. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of Lu Ming's strength and that he needed Lu Ming's help now, he would have directly suppressed Lu Ming and made Lu Ming kneel in front of him, kowtow, and admit his mistake. Lu Ming, why do you have to be so calculative over such a small matter? After all, we are members of the Heaven Destroyer. If we are killed by the heavenly human race, it will be a great loss for the Heaven Destroyer. Fei Yi suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Haha." Lu Ming sneered. The more Fei Yi interacted with him, the more he felt that this person was shameless. Now in his words, it became Lu Ming being calculative? You're right. I am calculative. What's wrong? Everyone else can enter this earth vein and get my protection. Only you, Fei Yi, get out of here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this person, and directly ordered him to leave. Lu Ming, you're too narrow-minded. This is revenge, plain and simple revenge. Fei Yi's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Yes, I'm narrow-minded. I'm taking revenge. What's wrong?" Lu Ming said lightly. You. Fei Yi pointed at Lu Ming and couldn't say a word for a long time. Everyone, if you want to enter, hurry up. If you want to leave with Fei Yi, I won't stop you. Lu Ming said to the others beside Fei Yi, I'll enter. Of course I'll enter. Those people hurriedly answered and stepped forward. They already had some contempt for Fei Yi in their hearts. Why would they leave with Fei Yi now? What a joke. These people flew into the mountain range one after another. Lu Ming didn't stop them. Fei Yi's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and also wanted to fly into the mountain range. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch at Fei Yi. The violent fist energy was extremely terrifying. Although Fei Yi tried his best to resist, it was useless. He was blasted back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 43-54. Lu Ming, I'm also a member of the Heaven Destroyer. You want to kill me? You're killing your own kind. Fei Yi roared, changed his direction, and continued to fly towards the mountain range. He was completely shameless. Lu Ming didn't allow him to enter, but he insisted on entering. If he was alone outside, only death would await him. He would definitely be killed by the heavenly human tribe. Compared to his life, face and face were nothing. Even if he was shameless, he still wanted to enter the mountain range. As a member of the Heaven Destroyer, he didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill him. Get lost. Lu Ming threw out another punch, sending Fei Yi flying. Lu Ming, even if you have a forbidden body, you can't do whatever you want. If you dare to kill me, you'll be punished when you get out. Fei Yi roared and continued to rush towards the mountain range. At this time, Yiling, Tian Xianyue, and the others in the mountain range were already alarmed. At this moment, they were looking at Fei Yi with disdain. This Fei Yi was too damn shameless. He was not allowed to enter, but he still insisted on entering. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the ground suddenly rumbled and a root flew out. It was the root of the big tree. The root was as fast as lightning, sweeping towards Fei Yi. With Fei Yi's strength, he couldn't avoid it at all and was directly wrapped up by the root. Lu Ming, what are you doing? If you dare to kill me, you'll pay with your life. Fei Yi roared, his eyes filled with fear. What do you mean I'm going to kill you? I didn't do anything. Where did this root come from? Why would it attack you? I don't know. Lu Ming sneered. He spread his hands and blamed everything on the roots of the plants. This is clearly controlled by you. Fei Yi roared. Who has evidence? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes, Fei Yi shuddered and his heart was filled with fear. He could feel that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me, Fei Yi shouted. Finally, he no longer dared to be unreasonable, and began to beg for mercy. Kill. Lu Ming remained unmoved. With a thought, the roots suddenly tightened. The violent power directly caused Fei Yi's body to explode. His flesh and blood were directly devoured by the roots. Fei Yi had fallen. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put away Fei Yi's storage ring, and returned to the base of the tree. All the other members of the Heaven Exterminating Army saw this scene. However, they all felt that Fei Yi deserved to die. They all felt great disdain toward Fei Yi's moral character. After discussing with each other in secret, they all decided that they would not spread this matter after leaving this place. In fact, Lu Ming didn't care even if the news got out. It was just killing of Fei Yi. He didn't take it to heart. After returning to the base of the tree, Lu Ming took out Fei Yi's storage ring and found 5 alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to take them for his own use. In the following period, several batches of Heaven Destroyer members came to seek refuge, and Lu Ming accepted them one by one. Since then, everything had calmed down. The heavenly human race didn't come to attack. Lu Ming's life seemed to have returned to normal. However, Lu Ming knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Lu Ming was refining the desolate pills while comprehending the secret arts, seizing every moment. His combat strength had almost reached the peak of 12 stars, but it was extremely difficult to reach 13 stars. The higher the star level, the more difficult it was to increase one's combat strength by 1 star. At 12 stars, it was extremely difficult to reach 13 stars. During this period, Lu Ming kept comprehending the secret arts, turning them into runes and fusing them with his cells. However, his combat strength was still at 12 stars, not 13 stars. However, Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He understood that the more runes he fused with the forbidden energy, the stronger it would become. As long as he fused enough runes, there would definitely be a qualitative change, and his combat strength would reach 13 stars. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming received more than 300,000 desolate pills every day. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 2 months had passed. In 1 year and 2 months, Lu Ming had accumulated more than 120 million desolate pills. Lu Ming had accumulated enough to break through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Lu Ming finished comprehending the secret arts and started to absorb the desolate pills. He swallowed more than 1 million desolate pills in one gulp. These desolate pills were turned into forbidden energy, and Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly again. This time, it took a total of 3 days to refine over 100 million desolation pills. Lu Ming's aura continued to soar, and finally broke through a bottleneck and reached another level. 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. His combat strength had increased by a large margin. Phew! Lu Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up. He was much more confident now. With his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced some 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts from the heavenly human tribe. Unless his opponent had a battle strength of 7 stars or above. Of course, this cultivation was far from enough. It was enough to fight against ordinary 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts, but it was far from enough to fight against peerless 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts. He had to continue to improve. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lu Ming continued to activate the cauldron to refine desolate pills. About half a year later, Yi Ling had accumulated enough desolate pills to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Yi Ling needed about 200 million primordial pills to break through from the 7th to the 8th level of the primordial God Realm. However, he had more alchemy furnaces than Lu Ming. He used 1 year and 8 months to accumulate about 200 million primordial pills, and successfully broke through. During this time, many people broke through to the next level. The speed of accumulating desolate pills was too fast. Many people had accumulated enough desolate pills to break through to the next level. Everyone's strength slowly increased. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Lu Ming had broken through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In 3 years, Lu Ming had accumulated another 300 million desolate pills. However, 300 million desolate pills weren't enough for Lu Ming to break through. If Lu Ming wanted to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm from the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need 120 million desolate pills. This was a terrifying number. Given the speed of condensing the primordial pills, Lu Ming would be able to accumulate enough primordial pills in another 9 years. Lu Ming was satisfied with this speed. However, there was an important problem. The desolate qi in this high-grade earth vein was getting thinner and thinner. Recently, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the number of desolate pills refined in the cauldron had decreased. If this continued, the desolate qi in this earth vein would be used up in less than a year. A high-grade earth vein contained enough desolate qi to refine 1 billion desolate pills. Chapter 4355. The primeval aura contained in a high-level earth meridian could definitely condense more than 1 billion, or even more primeval pills. However, before Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the heavenly human tribe had already been here for a few years, and had already exhausted a lot of primeval aura. Lu Ming and the rest had been here for a few years, and the primeval aura in this high-level earth meridian was finally about to run out. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling met to discuss this matter. In the end, the two of them decided to move. The desolation energy here was far from enough for them to break through. Lu Ming needed 1.2 billion desolation pills to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God realm. As for Yi Ling, he needed more than 2 billion desolation pills to break through to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God realm. That was not enough. They planned to move and occupy another high-level earth vein. Don't forget that Yi Ling still had a black seed in his hands. In addition, their combat strength was many times stronger than a few years ago. They were much more confident. Which earth vein do you plan to occupy? The heavenly human tribes? Yi Ling asked Lu Ming's opinion. After spending some time together, he knew that Lu Ming was resourceful and farsighted. No, occupying the high-level earth vein of the heavenly human tribe would waste a seed. It's not worth it. Lu Ming shook his head. Before Yi Ling could ask, he continued to explain, the heavenly human tribe has a lot of cauldrons. After so many years of refining pills, I don't think there's much desolation energy left in the high-level earth vein that they occupy. That's right. You mean the top 10 tribes? Yi Ling asked. He was also very smart. He understood Lu Ming's plan immediately. That's right. I choose the top 10 tribes, the angel tribe, Lu Ming said. That's what I want. Yi Ling smiled. The top 10 tribes were definitely much weaker than the heavenly human tribe. The number of cauldrons that they had was far less than the number of cauldrons that the heavenly human tribe had. Naturally, the speed of absorbing desolation pills would be much slower. Therefore, there should be a lot of desolation pills left in the high-level earth vein that the top 10 tribes occupied. After coming to an agreement, the two of them decided to set off without informing anyone else. Allowing Heaven Destroyer's men to enter this earth vein to absorb the chaos chi was already extremely benevolent. The two of them did not intend to share the earth vein with others. Before setting off, Lu Ming gave the trees an order, telling them not to attack Heaven Destroyer's people. If anyone else came to attack, they were free to attack. After that, the two of them quietly left the high-level ley line and headed towards the angel race's high-level ley line. However, what they didn't know was that not long after they left, they were discovered by the heavenly human tribe. Although the heavenly human tribe did not continue to attack Lu Ming and the others in the past few years, it did not mean that the heavenly human tribe was not prepared. They had long since set up a surveillance spell formation around this advanced earth vein. As soon as Lu Ming and the others left the earth vein, they would be discovered. Above the earth vein, there was a huge tree suppressing it. However, there were no large trees outside the earth veins. The news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had left the ley line quickly reached the ears of the celestial tribe elites. That brat Mu Yin has finally left. I think it's because their high-level ley line chaos chi is insufficient. That's why they left the ley line to look for a new ley line. Ha ha ha, leaving the ley line without the protection of the big tree. Let's see how that brat will die. Let's go and kill Mu Yin. Almost all the elites of the celestial tribe were alarmed. They were filled with cold murderous intent. One by one, they left their positions and charged towards Lu Ming. However, their geographical locations were different. Some were close to Lu Ming and the others, while some were far. Those who were close to them naturally caught up with Lu Ming and the others earlier. Those who were close to them did not plan to wait for the celestial tribe elites who were far away to arrive together before attacking. In their opinion, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's combat strength was not worth mentioning. They were mainly wary of the big tree. Without the suppression of the big tree, they were confident that they could easily kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not know that all the celestial tribe elites had been alarmed by them. They flew quickly. However, in less than 2 hours, the two of them suddenly stopped. This was because their spiritual senses were sharp enough to detect a dangerous aura. Retreat. Without hesitation, the two of them executed their movement techniques to the maximum and retreated rapidly. The two of them were extremely fast. With a shake of their bodies, they retreated thousands of miles away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky and on the ground, hundreds of terrifying attacks suddenly spread out and attacked the spot where Lu Ming and Yi Ling had been. However, they all missed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling successfully dodged them. However, just as Lu Ming and Yi Ling stopped, there were more attacks coming towards Lu Ming from behind. However, there were only a dozen or so attacks coming after them. Their figures flickered as they dodged all of the attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the surrounding void, figures flashed and appeared one after another. They formed an arc and pressed towards Lu Ming and the others. Celestial tribe, it seems that we are being monitored, Lu Ming whispered. Seeing the appearance of the celestial tribe, Lu Ming naturally thought that they were being monitored. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's expressions were very calm. There were not many celestial tribe elites. In total, there were about 120 of them. Although there were many experts, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were no longer ignorant. Their combat strength was many times stronger than a few years ago. Mu Yun, let's see where you can escape this time. A young man said coldly and stepped out. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. It was Lu Ming's old acquaintance Yi Chu Haohan. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming said lightly. This time you will die without a doubt. Yi Chu Haohan said coldly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming said. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. There was another young man from the celestial tribe here. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was arrogant and his eyes were cold. He stepped out, turned into a beam of light, and attacked directly. He held a long spear in his hand. The long spear was wrapped in a layer of gray energy. He stabbed at Lu Ming, giving off a strong sense of danger. Heavenly annihilation power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This young man from the celestial tribe was obviously a top genius. His cultivation was at the 8th realm of the Emperor God realm, and he had mastered the heavenly annihilation power. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying. The spear light pierced through the air and went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. I'll be your opponent. Yi Ling shouted coldly. A beam of sword light shot out and collided with the opponent's long spear. Clang. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The sword chi and the spear light swept out in all directions. Then, Yi Ling and the genius from the celestial tribe retreated at the same time. However, Yi Ling only took a few steps back. The genius from the celestial tribe retreated more than a dozen steps. Obviously, Yi Ling had the upper hand. 9-star battle strength, but not as good as Yi Ling. Lu Ming judged in his heart. Chapter 4356. The genius from the heavenly human tribe exchanged blows with Yi Ling, and Lu Ming could see his combat strength. This was because the prodigy of the heavenly human clan had already exhausted all his strength in order to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. 9-star combat strength. The genius from the heavenly human tribe had a 9-star combat strength. Such combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Among all the geniuses from the heavenly human tribe that Lu Ming had seen, he was the most powerful one. However, he only had an ordinary 9-star combat strength while Yi Ling had a peak 9-star combat strength. Therefore, the genius from the heavenly human tribe was the one who was forced to retreat. However, they were both 9-star combat strength. Even if there was a slight difference, it was not a big difference. It did not mean that Yi Ling would definitely win the battle. There were many factors that determined the outcome of a battle. Combat experience, mental strength, and adaptability could all affect the outcome of a battle. Of course, if the difference in combat strength was too great, it would be a different story. Kill. The genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted, and continued to attack Yi Ling. At the same time, Yi Chu Haohan seized the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Boundless divine skill, heavenly punishment battle saber. Yi Chu Haohan shouted. The moment he attacked, he raised his combat strength to the maximum, and used his strongest killing move. Naturally, he also controlled the strongest heavenly power. It was the heavenly punishment force. He held the battle saber in his hand, and the heavenly punishment force exploded. The saber radiance was shocking and it slashed down, wanting to cut Lu Ming in half. Sky-splitting move. Facing Yi Chu Haohan's attack, Lu Ming did not hold back and pushed his combat strength to the maximum. Battle character art, 7 times combat strength sky-splitting move whoosh. Lu Ming turned into a spear radiance and broke through the air, exchanging blows with Yi Chu Haohan. This move also caused both of them to retreat. However, the scene was almost exactly the same as Yi Ling and the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming retreated less, while Yi Chu Haohan retreated more. Lu Ming realized that Yi Chu Haohan's combat strength was similar to that of the genius from the heavenly human tribe. He also had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer and 9 stars. As for Lu Ming, although his cultivation was 1 level lower than his opponent's, he possessed battle prowess at the peak of 12 star. In a direct confrontation, Lu Ming's combat strength was above Yi Chu Haohan's. Damn it, how is this possible? Yi Chu Haohan roared in his heart, filled with shock. How could Lu Ming's battle prowess be so strong? He had a 9-star battle prowess, and his cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. But in a head-on confrontation, he was actually inferior to Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming possessed 12 stars of battle prowess? 12 stars of battle prowess. What kind of concept was this? This was definitely a world-shaking matter because according to what he knew, in the entire celestial race, those whose battle prowess could reach 12 stars could be counted on one hand. Let's attack together and kill this person. Yi Chu Haohan roared. Kill. Around them, the others also made their moves. All kinds of attacks were like a tide, rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were many 9th layer Emperor God existences. In the past few years, the number of 9th layer Emperor God experts in the celestial race had increased by quite a lot. However, before the celestial race members made their move, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had already joined forces and rushed towards a direction. This was because they had secretly exchanged information and planned to break out of the encirclement together. Although their current battle prowess had increased by many times compared to a few years ago, there were too many experts in the celestial race, and many of them were stronger than them. They were still no match for them in terms of battle prowess alone. Escape was the best option. The two of them joined forces and rushed towards the direction where the celestial race members were the weakest. A ray of sword light and a ray of spear light gathered together, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. The celestial race members in that direction hurriedly tried to block it. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were right. The celestial race members in that direction were indeed weaker. After the two sides' attacks collided, the celestial race members could not help but retreat. In this way, there was a flaw in the encirclement around Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming and Yi Ling immediately used their strongest movement techniques. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora skill and turned into an aurora. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement. Yi Ling was not bad either. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed out of the encirclement after a few flashes. After rushing out of the encirclement, the two of them quickly flew in the same direction. Chase after them. Damn it, don't let them escape. Inform the others to stop them on their way back. Don't let them return to the high-grade earth vein. Yi Chu Haohan and the others shouted. At the same time, they passed the message to the other experts of the celestial race who were rushing over. They asked the experts of the celestial race who were closer to the high-grade earth vein to stop Lu Ming and Yi Ling from returning to the high-grade earth vein. This was because that high-grade earth vein had a terrifying tree. Once Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming. At the same time, they chased after Lu Ming and Yi Ling as fast as they could. However, they guessed wrong. Lu Ming did not intend to return to the high-grade earth vein at all. Instead, he rushed in another direction. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were more than 10 celestial race experts following Lu Ming and Yi Ling. More celestial race experts from other directions had arrived. We're almost there. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mountain range appeared in front of them. They were about to reach their destination. Swoosh swoosh. The two of them flew over the mountain range like two rays of light. Then they suddenly stopped in midair and looked back at the celestial race experts who were rushing over. The celestial race experts behind them were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming and Yi Ling had suddenly stopped. No matter what the reason is, with so many of us joining forces, even if they have some tricks up their sleeves, they won't be able to escape death. Don't split up. Let's attack together. Yi Chu Haohan and the rest shouted. They did not slow down and continued to rush toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling at an alarming speed. However, when they got close to Lu Ming and Yi Ling, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw a shocking scene. In the valley below, there was a towering tree. This towering tree left a deep impression on them, especially Yi Chu Haohan, who had been taught a lesson in blood. Many of his experts had become food for this tree. That's right. This tree was very similar to the tree on the high-grade earth vein that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were in. It was almost the same. Kill. At this moment Lu Ming shouted. Bam! 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 The ground exploded. Hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground like terrifying whips and poisonous snakes. They swept toward the celestial race experts. At the same time, more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts screamed and rushed toward the celestial race experts from the ground. Be alert. Defend, defend. The celestial race experts shouted. However, this scene was far beyond their expectations. They had never expected such a tree to appear here. By the time they saw the tree, its attack had already begun. They were in chaos and it was too late for them to defend themselves. Chapter 43:57. In such a short time, the heavenly human tribe members did not have time to defend themselves. Hundreds of roots and more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had already reached them. Many of the heavenly humans were wrapped up by the roots. With a squeeze, the bodies of the heavenly humans exploded. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots of the tree. In addition, more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had entered the bodies of more than a dozen heavenly human tribe members. Their bodies shriveled up and their essence, chi, soul, and flesh and blood were all devoured. In an instant, nearly 50 heavenly human tribe members had died. The remaining heavenly human tribe members were all above the 7th layer of the great god realm. They were quick to react and had great combat strength. That was how they managed to survive. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming kept shouting and giving orders to the tree. The roots of the tree kept attacking crazily. More than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts were also screaming and fighting crazily. The remaining 80 or so heavenly human tribe members were in a difficult situation. They could not form an effective defense and many of them were killed by the tree. Retreat, retreat first. Yi Chu Hao shouted and rushed out crazily. Even Yi Chu Hao, who had such combat strength, was in danger when facing such a tree. If he was not careful, he could die. They had to rush out and form a battle formation to fight against the tree. Now they were being attacked by the roots and the disaster-avoiding ghosts. Everyone was in a mess and could not form a battle formation successfully. Let's attack too. Lu Ming said to Yi Ling. That's what I want. Yi Ling smiled hideously, and his killing intent was like a knife. The two of them looked around the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, their eyes lit up and they attacked at the same time. The two of them flashed and rushed out like lightning. Lu Ming rushed toward the brawny heavenly human tribe member. The brawny heavenly human tribe member was at the 9th layer of the great god realm, and had 6 stars of combat strength. He was not much weaker than Lu Ming. It would be difficult for Lu Ming to kill him in a head-on fight. However, this person had just been struck by one of the tree's roots. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated, giving Lu Ming an opportunity. Lu Ming unleashed the heaven-breaking style, and transformed into a beam of spear gleam. He dashed forward and pierced a hole through the man's glabella. A cultivator of the 9th great supreme god layer had died and Lu Ming had taken his ring. As for the other one, Yi Ling also succeeded. He also killed a strong man of the heavenly human tribe who had the strength of the 9th layer of the great supreme god layer. Unfortunately, geniuses like Yi Chu Haohan had high talent and high status. Others would risk their lives to protect them. It was very difficult to find such a good opportunity. After Lu Ming killed a celestial race expert, his figure flashed and he retreated far away. He continued to observe. Once he saw a celestial race member fall into a passive state, he would immediately counterattack and launch a fatal attack. It was the same for Yi Ling. The two of them were not affected by the roots of the giant tree and the evil-avoiding ghosts, so they could come and go as they pleased. In addition, their battle prowess was extremely powerful. For the heavenly human tribe, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The heavenly human tribe members were being killed one by one. Soon, the number of heavenly human tribe members was reduced to about 50. At that moment, the heavenly human tribe members finally broke out of the encirclement and started to run away. They only stopped when they reached a place where the evil-avoiding ghosts could not chase after them. It's a pity that the tree is good for defense, but it's not good for offense, Lu Ming sighed. However, Lu Ming was very satisfied that he had been able to kill so many heavenly human tribe members this time. After all, the tree had been planted by accident a few years ago. At that time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had just entered the core area. They wanted to see if the black seed was useful in the core area, so they had thrown it here. At that time, they had regretted that they had wasted a seed. They had not thought that it would come in handy now. Previously, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had purposely come here to lure the heavenly human tribe members here. Then, they had killed a large number of heavenly human tribe members. Damn it. Where did these bastards get so many terrifying trees? The heavenly human tribe members were furious. However, they were also frightened and did not dare to continue attacking Lu Ming and the rest. Sorry, I have as many of these trees as you want. Yi Ling laughed and a black seed appeared in his hand. He held the black seed and walked towards the heavenly human tribe members. Ah, damn it. That tree grew from this seed. It can grow in a very short period of time. Retreat. After seeing the black seed in Yi Ling's hand, Yi Chu Haohan shouted in horror. He had seen the black seed germinate and grow into a towering tree with his own eyes. What? They still have more? Damn it. Retreat. The heavenly human tribe members did not dare to let Yi Ling get close to them. They quickly retreated. Yi Ling followed closely behind the heavenly human tribe members as they retreated. His speed became faster and faster as he chased after the heavenly human tribe members. The heavenly human tribe members did not dare to stay. Damn it, let's leave this place first. In the end, the heavenly human tribe members decided to leave this place first to make further plans. They gathered together and flew at full speed. Yi Ling did not chase after them. Soon, the heavenly human tribe members completely disappeared from this area. Yi Ling returned and met up with Lu Ming. The two of them did not stop and continued to head towards the high-grade earth vein where the angels were. They did not encounter any danger. Soon, they arrived at the high-grade earth vein that the angels were occupying. This high-grade earth vein was not smaller than the one that Lu Ming and the rest had occupied previously. From afar, it was misty and looked like a fairyland. There is still a lot of desolation she left here. That's great. Yi Ling was overjoyed. Lu Ming also smiled. Sure enough, the angels did not control many pill furnaces. The remaining desolation chi in this high-grade earth vein was still quite rich. It could definitely condense a large number of desolation pills. The two of them rushed towards the high-grade earth vein. Who is it? Do you want to die? A few angry shouts came from the mountain range. More than a dozen figures rushed into the sky and blocked Lu Ming and the rest. It was indeed the angels. The younger generation had angel wings and was covered in pure white holy light. You. Muyin, it's Muyin. One of the burly men from the angel clan recognized Lu Ming and could not help shouting. What? It's Muyin. How dare he come here? No matter what the reason is, let's kill him first. These more than 10 experts of the angel race were filled with cold murderous intent. Sacred light burst forth as they charged toward Lu Ming. A 9th-level divine god, Lu Ming muttered. Among the dozen angels, only one was a 9th-level divine god. The rest were all below that level. Lu Ming did not take this level of strength to heart. He clenched his fist and a long spear condensed. The long spear shook and a sharp spear light burst out. Chapter 4358. Lu Ming condensed his forbidden energy into a long spear. At the same time, he used the sky-breaking technique. Suddenly, more than a dozen spear lights shot toward the angels. The angels were shocked. They roared to the sky and tried their best to defend themselves. Unfortunately, it was useless. The spear lights pierced through their defenses. Their foreheads were pierced by the spear lights. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. The angels were all killed, including the one in the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Although the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm had a high cultivation level, his fighting strength was not very strong. He only had 4 stars of fighting strength, which was 2 stars lower than Lu Ming. He was killed instantly. However, at this time, all the angels in the mountain range were alarmed. Mu Yun, you're courting death. How dare you come here and kill the angels? How dare you? Angry roars were heard. Dazzling holy light shot up to the sky. Many figures rushed out from the mountain range. Some of them were from the angels. Their auras were very terrifying. The angels were one of the top 10 clans. They were very strong. Many of them had reached the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In addition, many of them had improved rapidly after entering the Taishang Immortal City. Naturally, there were many experts. Lu Ming and Yi Ling realized that there were more than 29th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts among the people who rushed out. The angels were different from the Heavenly Human Clan. The Heavenly Human Clan's people were scattered in more than a dozen high-grade earth veins. The angels' experts in this star palace were all gathered in this high-grade earth vein. There were many experts. Given Lu Ming and Yi Ling's combat power, they were naturally no match for so many angel experts. However, they had come prepared. The black seed appeared in Yi Ling's hand again. Whoosh! Yi Ling threw the black seed on the ground. The black seed sprouted at an astonishing speed and grew rapidly. The eyes of the angels widened. Then they were filled with fear because they recognized this kind of tree. This was because when the heavenly human race besieged Lu Ming and the rest, many people from the angel race had participated in that battle. It's the tree that killed the heavenly human clan. Damn it, they still have more, they actually still have more. Retreat! Retreat! The angels roared. They were incomparably terrified. They had a very deep shadow in their hearts towards this kind of tree. Even the celestial clan couldn't do anything to this type of tree, suffering disastrous losses under this type of tree, so how could they not be traumatized? Kill! Yi Ling shouted softly. He controlled the tree and launched an attack. Roots rushed out of the ground, and 10 or so disaster-avoiding ghosts howled as they rushed towards the angels. Quite a number of angels were killed right there, and then. None of the angels in the entire mountain range dared to resist. Like birds startled by the twang of a bough, they scattered in all directions. Because the angels reacted quickly, they fled in terror as soon as they saw the tree growing. Not many of them were killed by the tree. By the time the tree grew and Yi Ling gave the order to attack, many of the angels had already fled far away. In the end, they managed to kill a dozen or so angels. The rest of the angels managed to escape. Unfortunately, I didn't see Gabbert, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Originally, he was wondering if he could see Gabbert here. If he saw Gabbert, he could get rid of Gabbert. Unfortunately, he didn't see any trace of Gabbert. After the angels fled, the two of them stepped into the air and entered the mountain range. From now on, this high-grade earth vein would be theirs. They took out their pill furnaces and continued to condense the primitive pills. Unfortunately, the number of pill furnaces in Lu Ming's hands didn't increase. Although they had killed 70 or 80 celestial clan experts earlier, they didn't have a single pill furnace in their storage rings. Lu Ming guessed that these celestial clan experts had placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein. After all, there were many celestial clan experts. If they placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein, as long as someone took care of them, they could continuously condense primitive pills. However, they couldn't condense any primitive pills even if they carried them with them. However, although they didn't obtain any pill furnaces, they did obtain a lot of primitive pills. The 70 or 80 celestial clan experts had nearly 100 million primitive pills. They were all divided between Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming resumed his previous life. He refined the desolate pill, while comprehending the secret skill. The news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had occupied the high-grade earth vein of the angel clan also spread. When the celestial clan heard about it, they were infuriated. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the others had the protection of the giant tree. They couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. They could only continue to accumulate strength. When more people broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer, They could form the Nine Heavens battle formation to kill Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Lu Ming's primitive pills increased by another 300 million. In addition to the 350 million primitive pills he had before, Lu Ming had about 650 million primitive pills. He still had a long way to go before he could break through to the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Yi Ling had more pill furnaces than Lu Ming, so he could refine more primitive pills than Lu Ming. However, he was only at the 8th Great Supreme God layer. If he wanted to break through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer, he would need at least 2 billion primitive pills. At that moment, the primitive qi in the high-grade earth vein was becoming thinner and thinner. After all, this high-level earth meridian had been occupied by the angels for about 5 years. More than half of the primeval energy had been used up. In the past 3 years, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had refined nearly 700 million primeval pills. The primeval energy of this high-level spirit wheat was almost depleted. At that moment, Lu Ming and the others had been in the Taishang Immortal City for almost 8 years. The two of them didn't leave. They continued to refine primitive pills. However, as the primitive qi became thinner and thinner, their refining speed became slower and slower. In the blink of an eye, another 8 years passed. They had been in the Taishang Immortal City for 16 years. In the past 8 years, Lu Ming had refined a little more than 150 million primitive pills. The total number of primitive pills he had was 800 million, but it still wasn't enough to break through. The primitive qi in the high-grade earth vein was almost used up. At that moment, the primitive qi in the high-grade earth vein occupied by the heavenly human clan was almost used up. However, after so many years, the heavenly human clan had become stronger and stronger. They had more and more experts of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Some of the young geniuses had already broken through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer. However, they still didn't attack Lu Ming and the others because it wasn't enough. They needed more time to gather more experts. When they attacked Lu Ming again, they needed to kill him in one strike. Chapter 4359. However, the desolation qi in the high-grade earth vein was almost depleted. The heavenly human tribe began to shift their positions and began to invade the earth veins occupied by other tribes. For example, the high-grade earth veins occupied by the top 10 tribes. Those tribes were angry, but did not dare to speak up. They could only swallow their anger. At this time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also left the high-grade earth vein and headed to other places. They also went to look for earth veins to refine elixirs. However, they did not have the seeds and naturally did not dare to go to the high-grade earth veins. They only went to the ordinary ones. The tribes that occupied the ordinary earth veins were not that strong. The two of them could handle them. However, the two of them kept a low profile. They changed their appearances and secretly entered the ordinary earth veins to refine desolation pills. When they were discovered, they attacked and defeated the people of those tribes. Almost no one from those tribes had seen Lu Ming before. Naturally, they could not recognize Lu Ming's life origin energy. They only thought that 2 powerful experts had come. In addition, Lu Ming and Yi Ling only occupied a corner of the earth vein and did not kill them. They only defeated these people. These people had no choice but to let Lu Ming and Yi Ling refine elixirs in their earth veins. When the desolation qi in this earth vein became thin, Lu Ming and Yi Ling left and continued to look for the next earth vein. However, even when they went to other earth veins, the desolation qi became thinner and thinner. The speed at which they refined desolation pills became slower and slower. Soon more than 10 years had passed. Lu Ming only had 900 million desolation pills. It was still less than 1.2 billion. At this time, they had been in the Grand Supreme Immortal City for almost 30 years. The 50-year period was not far away. According to the records, in the last 20 years, some strange places will appear in each star palace. They may be important celestial lands or sacred places with destinies. We are about to enter the last 20 years. I wonder what kind of strange places will appear in our star palace. Yi Ling said as Lu Ming and Yi Ling were discussing matters on a mountain peak. There are still 3 months before we enter the last 20 years. There will definitely be news then. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said. He was referring to the high-grade earth vein at the beginning. It was the earth vein where the heaven destroyer was. According to the records, some strange phenomena would appear before such strange places appeared. There were heaven destroyers people in that high-grade earth vein. They might be able to get some information after they returned. The two sneakily returned and found earth vein. The desolation chi here is almost depleted. After they returned to the earth vein Lu Ming. Back when they had left, the desolate chi in this high-grade earth vein had become much thinner, but it was still enough to refine quite a few desolate pills. Now it desolation was. Although it, desolation, the desolation here. Earth desolation not, desolation. The members of the Sky Exterminating Army were still there. And not to the seeds. As seeds, they would be hunted down by the heavenly palace if they left desolation. Lu Ming and Yi Ling found Tian Xianyu after they returned. They asked if there was any unusual news. There is indeed unusual news. I'm afraid a hidden area is about to appear in the northernmost part. Tian Xianyu said. Hidden area? What do you mean? Lu Ming and Yi Ling were curious. Not an immortal abode or immortal mountain, but a hidden area? Yes, it's a hidden area. Previously, that area was isolated by a mysterious force. We couldn't sense it or enter it. But recently, the mysterious force has been fading. The hidden area is about to appear. Tian Xianyu said. What's in that hidden area? Yi Ling asked. Based on what we can observe, there shouldn't be anything special in that area. It's similar to the core area. It should contain some earth veins. It's very likely that the desolation chi in the earth vein is denser than the high-grade earth vein here. Tian Xianyu said. Lu Ming and Yi Ling glanced at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. What did they lack the most now? What he lacked the most was desolate pills. And now, there was a hidden area in the Star Palace that contained earth veins. The desolation chi was even denser than the high-grade desolation chi. If they could occupy such a place and continuously condense desolation pills, their cultivation would definitely improve. Yi Ling could easily reach the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Even Lu Ming could look forward to reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. If Lu Ming wanted to break through from the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need at least 12 billion desolation pills. 12 billion desolation pills. Lu Ming had thought that it was hopeless. But now there was hope again. According to the information given by Senior Fei Huang, once the 30 years are up, these mysterious places will truly appear, Lu Ming thought. Rumor has it that the heavenly human tribe and the other tribes have started to make preparations. They have surrounded that area so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Once that area officially appears, they will enter and occupy it. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to compete with them. Tian Xianyu sighed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling frowned slightly. That was indeed the case. Now that the great desolation chi in the core area was almost depleted, everyone's attention was on the hidden area. They could imagine that there would be a fierce competition. And the heaven destroyer in this star palace was not strong. It was far from being a match for the heavenly palace. It could not compete with the people of the heavenly palace. Do you have any more of those trees? Tian Xianyu asked, looking hopefully at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. If they had more of those trees, they might be able to get a share in the hidden area. No more. Lu Ming and Yi Ling shook their heads. Tian Xianyu looked disappointed. Then the three of them discussed for a while. Lu Ming and Yi Ling said goodbye and left. Lu Ming, how many desolation pills do you need to break through? Yi Ling asked. At least 300 million. Lu Ming said. Here, I have 500 million here. I'll lend it to you first. Anyway, I don't have enough for a breakthrough. You can return it to me when we enter the hidden area later. Yi Ling took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming gave a fist salute and took it without hesitation. Now was not the time to be polite. The desolation pills in their hands were not enough for them to break through. However, if Yi Ling gave Lu Ming a portion of the desolation pills, Lu Ming would have enough desolation pills to break through. After all, Lu Ming was not far behind, but Yi Ling was far behind. Chapter 4360. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the next cultivation level, His fighting strength would increase tremendously, and he would surpass Yi Ling. That would be a great advantage for them in the hidden region. This way, it would be of great help to both of them. Both of them understood this principle. Lu Ming had enough desolation pills, so he started cultivating in seclusion to break through to the next cultivation level. A large amount of desolation pills kept entering Lu Ming's mouth. They turned into forbidden energy and increased Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's strength kept increasing. This time, it took Lu Ming 10 days to break through to the 8th Great Supreme God layer. As for the number of Great Desolation pills consumed, it reached a total of 1.2 billion. However, it was all worth it. Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously after reaching the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Yi Ling, who was also of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was no longer a match for Lu Ming. If he fought against Lu Ming, he would probably be killed instantly. Lu Ming, who was of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was almost invincible in the Great Supreme God layer. Only cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer with fighting strength of 9 stars or above could be Lu Ming's match. However, how many creatures in the vast primitive universe could have a 9-star battle prowess? Yi Ling, who was at the peak of 9 stars, was considered a top genius on the side of Heaven Destroyer. Although the heavenly human tribe was talented and had abundant resources, not many of them had a fighting strength of 9 stars. Therefore, Lu Ming's fighting strength was at the peak of the Great Supreme God layer. However, it was still not enough. Although there were not many people in the heavenly human tribe who had a fighting strength of 9 stars, there were still some. Putting everything else aside, Lu Ming had encountered no less than 3 in this star palace. Yi Chu Haohan was one of them. If the other great supreme god experts of the heavenly human tribe formed a battle formation, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for them. If he wanted to fight against the heavenly human tribe for the hidden region, he would not be able to do it on his own. He would need external help. The black seed. Yes, Lu Ming's first thought was the black seed. If he had a few black seeds, he could enter the hidden area and occupy one of the earth veins. Then he could use the black seeds to transform into a tree to defend himself. That would be much simpler. There are still 80 days left. It's enough for me to make a trip to the disaster-avoiding sea. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to make another trip to the tribulation-overcoming ocean. After sharing his thoughts with Yi Ling, Lu Ming bade Yi Ling farewell and stepped into the adversity-avoidance sea alone. Now he was stronger than Yi Ling, and he was the only one controlling the purple copper coffin. Bringing Yi Ling along would not be of any help to him. Now most of the people were gathered in the periphery of the hidden area. There were almost no heavenly human tribe members in other places. There was no need to worry at all. Lu Ming pushed his speed to the extreme and used the teleportation skill, constantly moving in the direction of the adversity crossing sea. After some time, the vast calamity crossing sea appeared before Lu Ming's eyes again. Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed into the calamity crossing sea directly and used the taboo energy to defend himself. Then he started searching everywhere. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the strength of the taboo energy could make Lu Ming stay in the calamity crossing sea for a long time. Although it could not make him cross the calamity crossing sea, Lu Ming did not intend to cross the calamity crossing sea. He only searched within the range that he could withstand. If he could not withstand it, he would return immediately. Just like that. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming searched for more than a month without any results. After searching for more than a month, he did not see the tree. It seemed that the number of such trees in the calamity crossing sea should be very small. Lu Ming did not give up and continued searching. Another half a month passed. That is, on this day Lu Ming was flying when his eyes suddenly lit up. A towering tree appeared in front of Lu Ming. This towering tree was almost exactly the same as the black seed that Lu Ming had obtained in the calamity crossing sea. On the branches, there were more than a dozen calamity crossing ghosts. They seemed to have discovered Lu Ming. They opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming, emitting a terrifying light. The strength of these calamity crossing ghosts was extremely terrifying. They were not comparable to the calamity crossing ghosts that Lu Ming had condensed from the black seed in the core region. The difference was too great. The calamity crossing ghosts in the calamity crossing sea were the real calamity crossing ghosts. Even with Lu Ming's current strength, he would only die if he went against them. There are seeds. What made Lu Ming's eyes light up was that there were also seeds on this tree. There were a total of 4 seeds. 4 seeds. I must get them. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He carried the purple copper coffin and rushed towards the towering tree. The towering tree also immediately launched a counterattack. More than a dozen calamity-crossing ghosts let out ear-piercing screams, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, rushing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground and swept towards Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. This kind of attack was truly terrifying. If the tree that Lu Ming had planted in the core region had this kind of attack power, the people of the heavenly human tribe would not be able to escape as long as they got close. This kind of attack was definitely not something that Lu Ming could resist. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming opened the lid of the coffin. The purple copper coffin exuded a supreme and mysterious aura. Once the roots of the big tree, or the ghost, came into contact with this aura, they retreated in horror, just like a mouse meeting a cat. Lu Ming was unimpeded. He rushed to the vicinity of a seed and successfully plucked it. Then he rushed to another seed and used the same trick to pluck another one. Soon all 4 seeds were plucked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated, distancing himself from this place. Then he took out a seed and examined it carefully. In the end, Lu Ming confirmed that this seed was almost exactly the same as the seed he had obtained previously. Lu Ming squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the seed. This seed was completely under his control. Then Lu Ming grasped the remaining 3 seeds and left this place. There was still some time. Lu Ming wanted to continue searching to see if he could find more black seeds. Unfortunately, he did not find anything in the following period of time. He did not find any other trees, let alone seeds. Seeing that the 30-year period was almost up, Lu Ming could only leave and rush back. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. He had obtained 4 seeds that could be of great use at critical moments. Lu Ming had a lot of confidence in the fight for the hidden area this time. After returning, he met up with Yi Ling. The two of them headed straight for the hidden area. This hidden region was located in the northernmost region. Previously, there had been people who had come here. At that time, this place had been isolated by a layer of powerful energy, and no one had been able to advance. Everyone had thought that this was the edge of a star palace. Who would have thought that there was actually a hidden region here? Chapter 4361. This hidden area was actually connected to the core area, but it had been isolated by a certain power. It could even be said that this hidden area was actually a part of the core area. Recently, that mysterious power had been growing weaker and fainter. The hidden area was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Although they couldn't go in yet, they could see a part of the hidden area from afar. They could vaguely see a few huge mountains crawling on the ground. Mist and desolation filled the air. It was incomparably dense. One of the largest mountain ranges seemed to be shrouded in mist that was even thicker than the high-grade earth veins. A large number of people had gathered outside the hidden area. Of course, most of them were the heavenly human race, the top 10 races, and some smaller races, but there weren't many of them. These smaller races didn't dare compete with the heavenly human race. They just wanted to take a bite of the soup. The heavenly human race and most of the people from the top 10 races were looking at the hidden area with eager eyes. The Taishang Immortal City was divided into 36 star palaces. They were in one of the star palaces. Every star palace would have some magical places slowly emerge after the 30-year period. Some were immortal palaces, some were immortal palaces, some were immortal mountains, etc. Without exception, all of these wondrous places contained great opportunities. The mysterious place that appeared in the star palace they were in should be the hidden area. It contained a large amount of desolation chi. It was also a rare opportunity. Even many people who had reached the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer had eager eyes. It didn't mean that desolation pills were useless after reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer. Actually, desolation pills were very useful for Great Supreme God layer cultivators. After reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer, they could still absorb the energy of desolation pills. When ordinary people cultivated in the Great Supreme God layer, they could create a black hole in their dantian. When they broke through to the great supreme God layer, they would create a divine bridge in the black hole. This divine bridge would start from the black hole and extend into the depths of the black hole. It would lead to an eternal unknown place. The longer the divine bridge, the higher the cultivation. When one successfully connected it to the cosmic sea, they would be able to touch the origin and reach the origin realm. When a cultivator had the strength of the ninth great supreme God layer, absorbing the desolate pellet could increase the quality of the black hole and improve the control of the black hole in his dantian. The stronger his control over the black hole in his dantian, the easier it would be to construct the divine bridge in the future. In addition, he could also continuously use the energy of the great desolation pills to strengthen his divine body. The stronger the divine body, the more benefits there would be. Therefore, even cultivators of the ninth great supreme God layer wanted the great desolate pellet. The more great desolate pills, the better. 3 more days. After 3 days, the mysterious force that isolated the hidden area will completely disappear. At that time, I will have enough desolate pills to break through to the ninth great supreme God layer. I need to accumulate more great desolate pills to strengthen my foundation and build a solid foundation for the divine master realm. Some of the talents of the heavenly human tribe, including those on the universe genius list, had the same thought. What they didn't notice was that not far away, there were 2 figures silently approaching and hiding in the dark, quietly observing. These 2 were naturally Lu Ming and Yi Lin. This time, Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't plan to bring the Heaven Destroyer with them. They had already done all they could for the Heaven Exterminating troop. Moreover, they needed a huge amount of desolate pills to break through. This time, they had to obtain enough desolate pills for themselves. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the mysterious force completely disappeared. The scene in front of them suddenly became clearer. Swoosh! Swoosh! The heavenly human tribe and the members of the top 10 tribes all rushed toward the hidden area. They all wanted to occupy an earth vein with dense desolate qi. Soon, everyone disappeared into the hidden area. Lu Ming and Yi Lin finally appeared and rushed toward the hidden area. As soon as they entered the hidden area, the 2 of them felt that the desolate qi here was indeed denser. Soon, the 2 of them appeared near a huge mountain range. This mountain range was an earth vein. It should be an ordinary earth vein. At this time, a few smaller tribes were competing for this earth vein. Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't stop. Their target was not an ordinary earth vein, but the highest level earth vein with the densest desolate qi. The 2 of them continued to fly toward the depths of the hidden area. After flying for a while, they approached an even bigger mountain range. The desolate qi in this mountain range was extremely dense. It was definitely a high-level earth vein. The total amount of desolate qi was even higher than the high-level earth vein in the core area. There were already people fighting for this high-level earth vein. They were 2 of the top 10 tribes. The hidden area was much smaller than the core area. The number of earth veins in the hidden area was definitely less than that in the core area. Fighting was inevitable. The 2 of them still didn't stop. Although the concentration of desolate qi in this high-level earth vein was very high, Lu Ming estimated that it should be able to refine more than 2 billion desolate pills. However, the 2 of them still didn't think much of it. Lu Ming needed 12 billion to break through now. The 2 of them flew past and continued to search. They didn't even look at the ordinary earth veins. Next, they found a few more high-level earth veins that contained extremely dense desolate qi. Among them, there was a high-level earth vein that contained more than 3 billion desolate pills. It was already occupied by a group of heavenly human tribe experts. The 2 of them still didn't make a move. They still didn't want more than 3 billion desolate qi. They decided to look around. If there were no higher-level earth veins, they would occupy this one. After circling around, a huge object appeared in front of them. It was a huge mountain range which was also an earth vein. It was bigger than any earth vein they had seen before. From afar, it was completely shrouded in dense desolate qi. Such dense desolate qi. How many desolate pills can it refine? Yi Ling sucked in a cold breath. Even a fool could see that the desolate qi in this earth vein was much higher than that of other high-level earth veins. It was not just a little higher, but much higher. This earth vein can refine at least 10 billion desolate pills, right? Yi Lin said. It should be. This earth vein should be the highest level earth vein in the hidden area. Lu Ming said with a fiery light in his eyes. There was hope for him to break through to the 9th level of the Divine God realm. 12 billion. Previously, Lu Ming felt that there was no hope for him. It was impossible for him to collect so many desolate pills. Now there was hope. Chapter 4362. At that moment, several groups of people were fighting for that earth vein. Those people were all from the heavenly human tribe. They were divided into groups and confronted each other. There were more than 100 people in each group, and the leaders were all top prodigies. The heavenly human tribe was not a monolithic entity. On the contrary, the internal competition was more intense than any other tribe. The heavenly human tribe controlled the primordial universe and endless resources. If one had the right to speak in the heavenly human tribe, it was equivalent to controlling the entire primordial universe. Who wouldn't be tempted? Competition, suppression, and even killing each other would happen from time to time. They would only work together when facing a common enemy like the Heaven Exterminating Army. Once their interests were involved, the competition would be very intense. At that moment, the groups of heavenly human tribe cultivators were confronting each other. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. I saw this earth vein first, so it should be mine. Don't go too far. One of the heavenly human tribe prodigies roared. He looked at the other groups with anger. Ridiculous. You found it first, so it's yours? This is the Grand Supreme Immortal City. It's an ownerless land. Anyone has the right to occupy it. Another prodigy sneered. That's right. If you want to occupy this earth vein, let's talk with strength. The third prodigy said coldly with a strong fighting spirit. There were a total of 4 groups, and the leaders were all top prodigies. The fourth prodigy did not speak, but his cold eyes said everything. However, although the atmosphere was tense, a battle did not break out. If a battle broke out, it would definitely lead to a chaotic battle. The consequences would be unpredictable, and it would be difficult to predict how many people would die. Those people were their subordinates. If they lost too many people, it would be very detrimental to their future development. More importantly, none of them had the ability to suppress the other groups. Once a chaotic battle broke out, things would get out of control. They hesitated and confronted each other, but no battle broke out. Damn it, let's go. In the end, a group of people retreated. Instead of wasting their time here, they might as well occupy another high-level earth vein. The high-level earth veins there generally had richer primordial chi than the high-level earth veins in the core area. It was not a bad idea to occupy one to refine pills. In that case, there were 3 groups of people left. They were still confronting each other, and did not fight. How about this? It's not a good idea to just stand here like this. Why don't we split the earth vein equally? Finally, a paragon said. Split equally? The other 2 sky prides began to ponder. All right, I agree. I agree too. Then the other 2 geniuses nodded in agreement. The great desolate chi in this earth vein was simply too dense. It was estimated to contain at least 10 billion great desolate pills, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 other earth veins. Even if the 3 sides split it equally, it would still be worth it. It all depended on who had more pill furnaces. The more pill furnaces he had, the more desolate pills he would be able to obtain. After the 3 parties finished their discussion, they prepared to fly into the mountain range and start refining pills. In the distance, Lu Ming and Yi Ling both looked disappointed. Originally, they wanted to wait for the heavenly human race to start a civil war, so that they could sit on the mountain and reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, one of the 4 batches of heavenly human tribe cultivators withdrew, and the remaining 3 batches divided the earth vein equally. Since their hopes were dashed, they could only make a move. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them turned into 2 streaks of light, and charged directly towards the earth vein. You guys don't have to discuss anymore. I want this earth vein. Lu Ming spoke, and his voice traveled far. His tone was filled with arrogance, which was especially ear-piercing to the ears of the heavenly human race. That was because half of the arrogance were played by the heavenly human race. Since when did someone dare to act like that in front of them? The 3 batches of heavenly human race cultivators looked in the direction of the voice in unison. Then they saw 2 young men walking in the air, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Muyenitsu. The heavenly human race cultivators were stunned. Naturally, they recognized Lu Ming at a glance. However, they were really stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to appear in front of them of his own accord? Didn't Lu Ming hide whenever he saw them? What was going on? However, they were soon filled with excitement and greed. Who cared what was going on? Since Lu Ming had appeared in front of them of his own accord, they would just kill him. Killing Lu Ming would be a great contribution. Die. Those who reacted quickly had already attacked. The first one to attack was a young genius. His body was like a shooting star as he flew towards Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it forward with incredible power. Without a doubt, he was a top genius. He controlled the divine punishment force, had the cultivation of the 8th great supreme god layer, and had the battle strength of 9 stars. He wasn't any weaker than Yi Chu Haohen. If Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the 8th great supreme god layer, he would have barely been able to gain the upper hand even if he used his full strength. But now? Whoosh! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he thrust it forward. The 2 spear lights were like shooting stars as they collided in the air, emitting dazzling light. However, the process only lasted for a moment. Then, the spear light of the genius from the heavenly human tribe was destroyed. Lu Ming's spear light didn't stop. He continued to attack the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that the genius from the heavenly human tribe couldn't dodge it. Ah no. The genius from the heavenly human tribe let out an unwilling roar. Then, the spear light pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. A top genius from the heavenly human tribe had fallen. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were all shocked, and their hearts trembled violently. They were shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. As for the demonic genius's underling, he was even more enraged. You killed Prince Yuaning. You're courting death. Kill him. Kill him. The experts from the heavenly human tribe roared furiously as they charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. At the same time, the other 2 groups of people also attacked. This time, they didn't dare to attack alone. They attacked together. Hundreds of attacks flew towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were about 100 cultivators of the 9th layer of the divine god realm. Compared to 20 years ago, there were obviously more 9th layer of the divine god realm experts in the heavenly human tribe. Apparently, many people from the heavenly human tribe had broken through to the 9th layer of the divine god realm. Generally speaking, the lower one's battle strength was, the fewer resources they would need to break through to the next level. In other words, they would need fewer desolation pills. Not just a little, but a lot. Therefore, they would be able to break through to the next level faster. The top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe usually needed a lot of desolation pills. For example, the genius who had been killed by Lu Ming and Yi Chu Haohen, who was at the middle level, were almost as strong as Yi Ling. They controlled the strongest heavenly energy. The number of desolation pills they needed to break through to the next level was no less than Yi Ling's. To break through from the 8th layer of the divine god realm to the 9th layer of the divine god realm, they would need 2 billion desolation pills. Therefore, their cultivation bases were still at the 8th layer of the divine god realm. Chapter 4363. There were more than 100 9th layer divine gods, and many of them had 5-star or 6-star fighting strength. Although Lu Ming was facing them alone, he did not take them seriously. However, when so many of them attacked together, it was terrifying. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, he did not dare to fight them head-on. Retreat! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a force wrapped around Yi Ling. He retreated rapidly and avoided the attacks. Then he rushed towards the mountain range. Don't let them escape. Kill them. Kill them. More than 300 heavenly human tribesmen charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. At that moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they had just been confronting each other. They gathered together and formed a terrifying force. However, at that moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were already close to the mountain range. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a black seed flew out like lightning and landed on the mountain range. As soon as the seed touched the soil, it immediately sprouted. Then it grew at an astonishing speed. The The growth speed was incredible. The heavenly human tribesmen who were chasing after them narrowed their eyes in fear. It's that kind of tree. Damn it. Why does he have that kind of tree? Retreat. The heavenly human tribesmen were terrified of the tree. When they saw the tree, their first reaction was to retreat. If they did not retreat, they would be killed. Swoosh. 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 Hundreds of experts retreated tens of thousands of miles in an instant. That gave the tree more time to grow. Originally, no matter how fast the tree grew, it would take some time. It had just grown and it was not very powerful. Among the 300 heavenly human tribesmen, there were more than 100 ninth-layer divine gods. They were much stronger than they had been 20 years ago. If they joined forces and attacked the tree before it was fully grown, it would be possible for them to destroy the tree. Unfortunately, they had missed that opportunity. The tree grew rapidly, and its branches extended. On the branches, there were more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts. When the heavenly human tribesmen reacted, the tree had already grown into a towering tree. Damn it. That kid wants to take over the ley line. We can't let him succeed. The heavenly human tribesmen stood in the distance and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. However, they did not dare to charge over. From now on, this earth vein is mine. If the heavenly human tribe dares to come close, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming spoke, his voice clearly transmitted into the ears of the heavenly human tribe. This made the celestial clan even more furious. They gnashed their teeth in hatred. He was too arrogant and simply unforgivable. Let's inform the others and gather the other cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. We'll set up the 9 Heavens battle formation. We must kill Lu Ming. That's right. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has such a big tree. I won't allow it. Gather the experts and destroy this tree. Angry roars rang out one after another. The anger of these heavenly human tribe members was about to burst out of their chests. Originally, they wanted to wait a little longer to accumulate more experts before dealing with Lu Ming. But now, they couldn't wait any longer. These heavenly humans immediately went to inform the other heavenly humans. They planned to gather all the experts in this star palace and set up the 9 Heavens battle formation to kill Lu Ming. Looks like they won't give up just like that. They'll gather the others and attack together, Yi Ling said. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled, looking calm and composed. He had more than one black seed in his hands now. In addition to the one that he had used, he still had 3 more. If one of the trees couldn't withstand it, he could use the other 3 at the same time. There was enough primitive qi in this earth vein. Even if he used up all the black seeds, it would be worth it. Let's refine the pills first, Lu Ming said. He moved and landed on a flat ground. With a wave of his hand, all the cauldrons flew out and landed on the ground. Then, Lu Ming waved his hands. Waves of forbidden energy flew out and entered the cauldrons. The cauldrons started to absorb the primitive qi to refine the pills. The rich primitive qi in the area gathered toward the cauldrons crazily. Half a day later, the cauldrons were produced. Numerous primitive pills flew out of the cauldrons and were collected by Lu Ming. There are more primitive qi than the high-level earth vein in the core area, but not by much. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that the number of primitive pills produced by a cauldron here was slightly more than the high-level earth vein in the core area. However, it was only 30% more. Logically speaking, the primitive qi in this earth vein was several times thicker than the high-level earth vein in the core area. The number of pills produced by the cauldrons should also skyrocket. It should at least double. However, in fact, it was only 30% more. Lu Ming guessed that this was the limitation of the cauldrons. There was a limit to the number of pills produced by each cauldron. It didn't increase as the primitive qi increased. At this limit, no matter how rich the primitive qi was, the number of pills produced would not increase. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. They only had 20 years to stay in the second level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. After 20 years, they would have to leave this place to compete for the origin seed. However, at this speed, it was impossible to refine 12 billion primitive pills in 20 years. Let's refine them first. If it doesn't work, we can only think of another way. By the way, there's still that guy's storage ring. Lu Ming pondered and then a storage ring appeared in his hand. This storage ring belonged to the genius of the heavenly human race. He had led a group of people alone, and was extremely talented. He wasn't weaker than Yi Chu Haohan. Such a top genius must have a lot of cauldrons. As expected, he didn't disappoint Lu Ming. There were hundreds of cauldrons in this person's storage ring. There were cauldrons with a diameter of 1 meter and 3 meters. Even the primitive pills were worth more than 200 million. It was a big harvest, a really big harvest. More than 200 million primitive pills were nothing. The most important thing was that there were more than 100 cauldrons. What Lu Ming lacked the most now was cauldrons. Because the primitive qi in this earth vein was rich enough and there were enough cauldrons, he just didn't have enough cauldrons to refine it. As long as there were enough cauldrons, he could continuously convert the primitive qi into primitive pills. As expected, this kind of genius has a big harvest. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. This kind of genius led a group of people, and had the most resources in their hands. Killing one of them was a big harvest. Unfortunately, this kind of genius was usually very difficult to kill because they were protected by a group of experts. The previous one was completely careless. He underestimated Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming alone. He wanted to kill Lu Ming alone, but he was killed by Lu Ming. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be that easy to kill such a genius with a group of experts protecting him. Lu Ming put down more than 100 alchemy cauldrons, activated them, and continued to refine elixirs. Chapter 4364. With 100 more cauldrons, Lu Ming's alchemy speed had greatly increased. For more than 10 consecutive days, Lu Ming refined elixirs day and night. After 10 days of alchemy, Lu Ming could roughly estimate the number of pills he could produce in a year. In a year, he could make about 200 million desolation pills. It was still not enough. 200 million in a year. That would be 4 billion in 20 years. It was still far from the 12 billion he wanted. He could only take one step at a time. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. "They're here," Lu Ming muttered as he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were flashes of rainbow light. Many figures were flying over. They were all from the heavenly human tribe. There were more than 1,000 of them. Compared to the other tribes, the number of heavenly human tribe members was small. However, the heavenly human tribe members were too talented. Any one of them would be considered a genius among the other tribes in the universe. Therefore, 1,000 heavenly human tribe members was definitely a terrifying force. Yiling also noticed the heavenly human tribe members. He came to Lu Ming's side and looked serious. Soon, the 1,000 heavenly human tribe members arrived near the earth vein. Their powerful auras changed the color of the sky. 9th layer divine gods. Set up the 9 heavens battle formation. This time, we must get rid of Mu Yun. Set up the formation. Get rid of Mu Yun. Everyone will benefit. Begin. Many figures were heard. Then one figure after another stepped out and stood in various parts of the void. Those people were all cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. 369th Layer Great God Layers. Lu Ming muttered. This time, the heavenly human tribe had sent 360 heavenly human tribe members. It was a grand lineup. 369th Layer divine gods of the heavenly human tribe set up the 9 heavens battle formation. Their auras intertwined and merged, forming a huge figure. This figure was also a heavenly human tribe member. He wore a crown on his head. He was a heavenly human king. He held a battle sword in his hand. His aura was majestic as if he was the ruler of the universe. He was too tall. Standing in the void, he was even more majestic than a mountain. Boom! He took a step in the air, causing the sky and the ground to tremble. A violent aura rushed towards Lu Ming. The battle sword was 100,000 miles long, and it slashed down towards Lu Ming's head. Such an attack was too terrifying. If it was placed in the starry sky of the universe, it could destroy a large area of the starry sky. Block it. Lu Ming's heart stirred. From the ground, tree roots rushed out. Hundreds of tree roots formed a shield in front of the battle sword. Boom! The battle sword slashed at the shield, causing the shield to shake violently. The roots on the shield were broken one by one. Although it managed to block the attack of the battle sword in the end, the shield made of roots was split in half. It's broken. The tree's defense has been broken. Seeing this scene, all of the heavenly human clansmen were overjoyed. That was because the Nine Heavens battle formation had not used its full strength yet. That was because it was just a probing attack. Mu Yun, let's see how you'll die this time. Without the protection of the tree, you'll die without a burial place. Many people shouted coldly, especially Yi Chu Hao Han. He looked ferocious and wanted to crush Lu Ming into ashes. As expected, a tree can't block it. At this moment Lu Ming whispered. Originally, he had thought that if the tree could block the attack of the heavenly human clansmen, he would not use the other black seeds. After all, those black seeds were very precious and rare. But now he had to use them. A black seed appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he threw it on the ground. When the black seed touched the ground, it immediately sprouted and grew rapidly. Seeing this, the eyes of the heavenly human clansmen almost popped out. Damn it, he still has seeds. Attack, attack, kill him in one fell swoop. Quick, the black seed needs time to grow. Activate the battle formation and kill him. Many heavenly human clansmen shouted angrily. The 360 experts at the 9th level of the Great God Realm reacted immediately. They activated the battle formation to kill Lu Ming. The gigantic king of the heavenly human clan immediately brandished his battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Another black seed appeared in his hand, and he threw it in another direction. It immediately sprouted. When the battle sword slashed down, the first tree attacked again. Hundreds of roots rushed out of the ground and formed a defense. The roots of the tree were cut off, and they immediately grew back. At the same time, some thin roots appeared and intertwined with the thick roots of the first tree. These thinner roots were the roots of the two newly planted trees. Even though they had not fully grown yet, they were already very powerful. Furthermore, the tribulation overcoming ghosts also rushed toward the battle swords. This time, the king of the heavenly human clan's battle sword was even more powerful than the previous one. Those crossing disaster ghosts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their bodies trembled violently as they were sent flying one after another. However, that also weakened part of the battle sword's power. The remaining power of the battle sword landed on the shield made of intertwined roots. The shield shook violently, and the roots on it broke one by one. However, in the end it was blocked. Damn it! Use your full strength. Use your full strength. I'll let you use your full strength. Use your full strength. Use your full strength. Behind them, the geniuses of the heavenly human clan who had not participated in the battle formation shouted furiously. Especially Yi Chu Haohan, he almost jumped up. Lu Ming had taken out a third black seed. How many black seeds did he have? He was anxious. Those black seeds were growing too fast. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the opportunity. However, the person who had set up the battle formation had not used his full strength yet. Actually, the people who had set up the battle formation also had their own difficulties. Even though they had successfully set up the Nine Heavens battle formation, they had come from different factions and followed different geniuses. They would compete and kill each other. Although they had learned how to set up the Nine Heavens battle formation, they had never practiced it before. Now that they had set it up at the last minute, it was inevitable that they were a little rusty and could not use it as freely. If they could not use it freely, they could not use it even if they had the strength. That sword strike just now could be considered the most powerful one, unless they were more proficient in the battle formation. With that delay, the two trees planted at the back had already grown rapidly and became towering trees. Although they were not as tall as the first tree, their power was already very shocking. Burn the power of the heavens, quick! One of the heavenly human clan monsters roared and gave the order. Use your full strength. The other heavenly human clan monsters also roared. The heavenly human clan members who had set up the battle formation had no choice but to risk their lives. The power of the heavens in their bodies began to burn fiercely. Chapter 4365. The heavenly humans who set up the formation used the power of the heavens to increase the power of the Nine Heavens battle formation. The heavenly human king's aura became even more terrifying. He waved his incomparably huge battle sword and slashed it down again, as if he was going to split the entire earth vein in half. However, there were already 3 trees here. The other two trees were almost mature. Hundreds of roots danced in the air. It was a shocking scene. The roots gathered together. This time, they did not form a shield. Instead, they intertwined with each other to form a giant staff. It was a giant staff that was completely formed by intertwining roots. The giant staff struck out toward the opponent's battle sword. However, almost 50 calamity-avoiding ghosts had already flown out in front of the giant staff and charged toward the battle sword. Boom! Boom! The third clash erupted. This time, the heavenly human tribe went all out. Although the power of the Nine Heavens battle formation was stronger, it was still able to withstand the attacks of the Nine Heavens battle formation with the help of the three trees. In fact, it was even easier than the previous 2 times. After all, the three trees were now mature and powerful. Damn it! Damn it! The heavenly humans roared in anger and indignation. In the end, they ordered the heavenly humans to retreat. They had already burned the power of the heavens earlier, but they still could not break through the defense of the three trees. There was no need to continue attacking. The aftereffects of burning the power of the heavens were too great. After the Nine Heavens battle formation moved back and out of the attack range of the trees, they dispersed the Nine Heavens battle formation. The figure of the heavenly human king dissipated in the air. "What should we do now?" someone asked. "I didn't expect that kid to have so many black seeds. I really don't know how he got them," Yi Chu Haohan said in an extremely displeased manner. The three trees are not invincible. The main thing is that the Nine Heavens battle formation that we set up is not very smooth and can't fully unleash the power of the Nine Heavens battle formation. I suggest that we spend some time to familiarize ourselves with the Nine Heavens battle formation and practice it a few more times. That way, when the Nine Heavens battle formation can operate freely, its power will increase greatly, and we will definitely be able to break through the defense of the three trees. A heavenly human prodigy suggested. I agree too. The others nodded in agreement. Then they began to practice their battle formations. They didn't plan to avoid Lu Ming. They practiced not far away, deliberately letting Lu Ming see them. In this way, it would create a huge psychological pressure on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to be unable to refine pills in peace. Swish! Swish! 360 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer were moving in the air. Their chi was boiling. It seemed like there was a special thread connecting the 360 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. A huge figure condensed and swung its sword continuously. After a few hours of practice, the battle formation dispersed again. After everyone rested for a while, they resumed their practice. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. As the heavenly human tribe continued to practice the battle formation, their coordination became more and more coordinated. The power of the battle formation also increased rapidly. If this continued, when the battle formation was operating at its peak, it might really be able to break through the defenses of the three trees. Far away in the sky, Yi Chu Haohan and a few other top prodigies looked at Lu Ming coldly. They seemed to be telling Lu Ming to wait and see. It won't be long before they kill him. These people are really endless. I can only make you despair then. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Then, a black seed appeared in his hand. He had a total of 4 black seeds. Now he took out the 4th one. With a wave of his hand, the black seed flew out and landed on the ground. Then it started to grow rapidly. In the distance, the heavenly human tribe who were practicing the Nine Heavens battle formation stopped and stared in Lu Ming's direction with their eyes wide open. The other heavenly human tribe members who didn't participate in the Nine Heavens battle formation were also stunned. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in Lu Ming's direction. Anger, confusion, indignation, and other emotions appeared in their eyes. Ah, damn it! Finally, Yi Chu Haohan couldn't take it anymore. He looked up to the sky and roared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He looked crazy and helpless. He was really going crazy. He had been tortured by Lu Ming. Every time they were about to see the hope of killing Lu Ming would personally destroy this hope in the blink of an eye. It was too uncomfortable and too aggrieved. Mu Yun, don't rely on the tree if you have guts. Fight with your own strength. What's the point of relying on external objects? Yi Chu Haohan shouted. If relying on external objects isn't a skill, then defeating me with your numbers and suppressing me with a battle formation is a skill? If you want to fight with your own strength, fine. Come on, let's fight one-on-one. Lu Ming said indifferently, full of sarcasm. Yi Chu Haohan shut his mouth. His face was red, but he didn't dare to fight. Previously, a genius who was as powerful as him was killed by Lu Ming. How could he dare to fight with him? Unless his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the Divine God realm. Unfortunately, he was still a little lacking. He didn't have enough chaotic pills. Trash. If you don't dare to fight, then shut up. Lu Ming scolded. Ah! Yi Chu Haohan roared and almost vomited blood. The faces of the other heavenly humans were also very ugly. They stared at Lu Ming as if they were going to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming's face was calm. In just a short while, the 4th tree had grown into a towering tree. There were a total of 4 trees standing on the ground, like 4 majestic guards. The people of the heavenly humans were troubled. The defensive power of the 3 trees was already extremely terrifying, but there was one more tree. Even if they practiced the 9 heavens battle formation to perfection, they might not be able to break the defense of the 4 trees. The most important thing was that they didn't know if Lu Ming had any more black seeds. The black seeds in Lu Ming's hands seemed to be endless. They were very tired. In the end, the people of the heavenly humans discussed for a while and prepared to retreat. Of course, they wouldn't give up so easily. They were thinking of other ideas. That was because in the last 20 years, the space barriers between the different star palaces would become weaker and weaker. Some powerful beings would even be able to cross the star palaces and travel between the different star palaces to obtain opportunities. They were waiting for the space barriers between the star palaces to weaken, so that they could find other heavenly humans in the other star palaces to deal with Lu Ming. After the heavenly humans retreated, Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned to the earth vein and continued to refine chaotic pills. Lu Ming's rhythm had returned to normal. As he refined the desolate pill, he comprehended various secret skills. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. In 10 years, Lu Ming had obtained 2 billion chaotic pills. In addition to the remaining 200 million, and the 200 million he got from the heavenly humans, he had 4 billion chaotic pills. Chapter 4366. However, Lu Ming still owed Yi Ling 500 million desolation pills. After returning the 500 million desolation pills to Yi Ling, Lu Ming still had 9 billion desolation pills left. However, Yi Ling had collected enough desolation pills for his breakthrough. He began to refine the desolation pills and began to break through. As long as he had enough desolation pills, breaking through was not a problem. 10 days later, Yi Ling had consumed more than 2 billion desolation pills and successfully reached the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. After reaching the 9th layer of the Divine God realm, Yi Ling's combat strength had increased tremendously. He was no weaker than the current Lu Ming, and could be considered a top divine god. Lu Ming, I'll give you all the desolation pills that I'll refine later. I hope you can break through the 9th layer of the Divine God realm soon, and become an invincible divine god. Yi Ling said to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming nodded and did not refuse. The desolation pills were too important to him. As long as he broke through to the 9th layer of the Divine God realm, he would be almost invincible in the Divine God realm. It was very important for him to fight for the origin seed later. He really needed the desolation pills. He understood that even though Yi Ling had reached the 9th layer of the Divine God realm, the desolation pills were still very useful to him. They could solidify the black hole in his dantian, strengthen his control over the black hole, and increase the strength of his divine body. Therefore, this was a great kindness that he would remember in his heart. If there was a chance, he would repay Yi Ling more, but now was not the time to be courteous. Yi Ling did not say much. He returned to his previous place and continued to refine pills. There are still 10 years. Even if I add Yi Ling's pills, it's still too late. I have to think of another way. Lu Ming whispered. He now had 9 billion desolation pills. He was still 1 billion away from the 12 billion he needed to break through. In the next 10 years, even if he injured Yi Ling, he would not be able to gather 1 billion. After some time, I'll go out and see if I can get more pill furnaces. Lu Ming thought. His target was, of course, the heavenly human tribe. He wanted to see if he could sneak attack them and steal some pill furnaces. It would be best if he could get some desolation pills. Lu Ming still had dozens of ordinary secret arts that he hadn't finished comprehending yet. He planned to finish comprehending all the secret arts he had on hand before going out for a walk. At this time, a certain void in the core area suddenly distorted. After a few flashes, a group of figures appeared. There were only 13 of them. All of them were from the heavenly human tribe. The leader was a young heavenly human tribe member. The remaining 12 people were all in their prime. Their auras were extremely shocking. They were like volcanoes that had yet to erupt, containing terrifying energy. Is this the mighty Sky Star Palace? I wonder what kind of miraculous place will appear in the Prestige Star Palace. You guys go and investigate. If you find anything, come back and report to me. The young man from the heavenly human tribe said. Yes, the 12 burly men accepted the order and left in a flash. The young man from the heavenly human tribe waited on the spot. He didn't have to wait for too long before the 12 of them all returned. Yeah, I did. To the north of this place, there's a hidden area with high-level earth string energy that's extremely rich in your wild's chi. A middle-aged man said. There's actually a hidden area. Interesting. Let's go take a look. The young man from the heavenly human tribe said. Immediately, the young man from the heavenly human tribe led the 12 men to the hidden area. In the hidden area, above a high-level earth string energy, this high-level earth string energy was also extremely rich in your wild's chi. In the hidden area, it was second only to the one occupied by Lu Ming. It was estimated that all of the your wild's chi had been condensed into your wild's pills. There were at least 5 billion of them. This place was occupied by 2 groups of heavenly human tribe members. The leaders of each group were top prodigies who were not weaker than Yi Chu Haohan. The young men from the heavenly human tribe from the other astral palaces led the 12 burly men to the vicinity of this earth string energy. Looking at the earth string energy that was filled with your wild's chi, the young man from the heavenly human tribe's eyes lit up with greed. Ha ha ha. There's actually an earth string with such rich your wild's chi. This earth string energy is mine. The young man from the heavenly human tribe, Yelugu, said. They didn't stop and directly headed toward the earth string energy. Who's there? Stop right there. This is the territory of the heavenly human tribe. How dare you? A cold shout was heard. Following that, a dozen figures shot up into the sky and arrived in front of Yelugu and the others. They were the elites of the heavenly human tribe. However, when the elites of the heavenly human tribe saw Yelugu, their expressions changed drastically. Young Master Yelugu, why are you in the Prestige Star Palace? The elites of the heavenly human tribe were shocked. Their eyes were filled with reverence as if they were afraid of Yelugu. Why can't I be here? Now that the barrier between the astral palaces is getting weaker, I naturally crossed the barrier to come here. Whose men are you? Ask your master to come out and tell him that I want this earth string energy, Yelugu said lightly. His voice was heard far away. The elites of the heavenly human tribe looked troubled. Yelugu, aren't you being too overbearing? You want to occupy our earth string energy as soon as you arrive? That's right. You've gone too far. 2 youthful voices were heard. Following that, 2 groups of people flew out from 2 different locations of the earth string energy. The 2 elites who had spoken just now were the leaders. Their talent and combat strength were not weaker than Yi Chu Haohan's. The 2 groups of people added up to more than 200. It was a grand scene. However, Yelugu's expression was as calm as ever, as though he didn't see anything. He calmly spoke. In the Supreme Immortal City, there's no such thing as going overboard. There's no such thing as tyrannical. There's only strength. Everything depends on strength. Yelugu's chi exploded out of his body. You've already reached the 9th Great Supreme God layer. The expressions of the 2 geniuses changed greatly. They knew how strong Yelugu was. Yelugu had 10 stars of battle strength. They had 9 stars of battle strength, and were considered the top elites of the heavenly human tribe. However, Yelugu was stronger than them. He had 10 stars of battle strength. 10 stars of battle strength was rare even among the elites of the heavenly human tribe. He was one of the few who stood at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, he had reached the 9th Great Supreme God layer. His battle strength was terrifying. Ordinary 9th Great Supreme God layers would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Their advantage in numbers was useless in front of Yelugu. Moreover, they could not use the 9 Heavens battle formation against Yelugu, because Yelugu was extremely proficient in the 9 Heavens battle formation. He knew all the strengths, weaknesses, and operating methods of the 9 Heavens battle formation. The 9 Heavens battle formation could not do anything to Yelugu. They could not do anything against Yelugu. You'd better leave and give up the earth string energy. Otherwise, it will affect the harmony between us. Yelugu said indifferently. The other two wanted to curse out loud. He was going to occupy their earth string energy, and he still said that it would affect the harmony between them? Shameless. Yelugu, didn't you want the earth string energy? Actually, there's an even higher grade earth string energy here. One of the sky prides rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 4367. The eyes of the others also lit up. They understood what this prodigy meant. Getting someone else to do the dirty work. There's a higher level ley line? Don't think you can fool me. Yelugu said, his eyes flickering. Whether it's true or not, you'll know once you go there. How can I fool you? Let me tell you, the total amount of desolation chi contained in that ley line is at least twice as much as this one. Also, you'll be very interested in the person who occupies that ley line. He's Muyun. A prodigy said. What? Muyun. Upon hearing Muyun's name, Yelugu's eyes lit up with the flames of greed. Is what you said true? Is it really Muyun? Yelugu asked again, his breathing becoming a little rapid. How exciting! It's Muyun. As long as I kill Muyun, I can be conferred the title of Son of Heaven. Although he had a 10-star combat strength, he still wasn't qualified to be the Son of Heaven. That was because the Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven had at least an 11-star combat strength. He was still one step away. Although it was just one step, it was still a huge gap. Perhaps he would never be able to cross that step and become the Son of Heaven. However, as long as he killed Lu Ming, he would immediately succeed. It's true. The others nodded. Muyun. The greed in Yelugu's eyes became even more intense. However, he quickly suppressed it. He thought of a problem. Yelugu glanced at the others coldly and said, If Muyun is here, won't you go and kill him? He didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of being the Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. We went, but we couldn't kill him. Muyun controlled a strange tree with terrifying power. A prodigy explained. A tree? Haha, in my opinion, you guys are too useless. Go lead the way. Muyun is mine, Yelugu said in a commanding tone. The two prodigies were extremely unhappy, but they didn't show it. It's good that you can deal with Muyun. It's best if both sides are injured. I'll let you guys fight each other. The two geniuses of the heavenly human tribe thought unhappily. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse. They led the way and headed towards the earth vein where Lu Ming was. Soon, the earth meridian that Lu Ming was in appeared in front of them. Staring at the vast earth vein, Yelugu's eyes burned with passion. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, piercing through layers of space and accurately landing on Lu Ming. Muyun. After seeing Lu Ming, Yelugu's eyes were incomparably fiery, like two burning flames. Above the earth vein, Lu Ming naturally discovered Brother Yelu. You're here again. I didn't go looking for you, but you came by yourselves. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility. Muyun, come out and face your death. Yelugu stepped out, moving closer to the earth vein. You want to kill me? Come, I'll wait for you here. Lu Ming's voice echoed in the distance. Humph, don't think you can do whatever you want with a few trees. The others can't kill you because they are trash. You won't be able to be smug in front of me. Yelugu snapped coldly and increased his speed, aiming to kill Lu Ming. Brother Yelu, wait a moment, let us clear the path for you. We'll go first, Brother Yelu. There's no need to take the risk. The 12 muscular men that Yelugu brought with him blurted out and chased after Qin Nan. Yelugu nodded and did not force himself. He let the 12 muscular men go first while he followed behind from afar. What a pity. Lu Ming let out a sigh. He initially thought that if Yelugu were to rush over, he would control the 4 trees to eliminate Yelugu. He could tell that Yeluge's identity was definitely not ordinary. Such a person would surely have a large number of cauldrons. If he could eliminate Yeluge, his speed of refining the desolation pills would greatly increase. Unfortunately, Yeluge was being too cautious. Wait, the heavenly human tribe doesn't seem to be on good terms with each other. If that's the case, I can pretend to be weak first. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he thought of an idea. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Yeluge's 12 subordinates gathered together and rushed towards Lu Ming. These 12 people were all at the 9th layer divine god realm, and their battle strength was extremely strong. All of them had 6 stars of battle strength. If one's battle strength did not reach a certain level, it would be difficult to break through the barrier between star palaces. These 12 people were able to break through the barrier between star palaces and follow Yeluge to the prestige star palace. Die! Lu Ming shouted softly. The ground shook and densely packed roots rushed out, sweeping toward the 12 burly men. The 4 huge trees were activated by Lu Ming. Close to 400 root hairs swept toward the 12 heavenly human tribe warriors at the same time. The scene was extremely astonishing. Formation. The 12 muscular men formed the 9 heavens battle formation and condensed a huge battle sword. The battle sword slashed out and turned into hundreds of sword lights, slashing towards the roots. Although there were only 12 of them, they were all elites. All of them possessed 6-star combat strength, and a few of them even possessed 7-star combat strength. The 9 heavens battle formation formed by the 12 of them was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the roots were cut off by the sword lights. Die! The 12 muscular men shouted angrily and rushed towards Lu Ming. Dazzling sword lights slashed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically, and he roared furiously. Dozens of crossing disaster ghosts dashed out toward the 12 burly men and collided with the sword gleams that they condensed. Only then did they manage to block the sword gleams of the heavenly human tribe. That's all there is to it. Yeluge sneered. The other heavenly human tribe members were confused. That's not right. Why did the power of the 4 trees weaken? When we attacked back then, the power of the trees was much stronger. The thought crossed the minds of the other 2 geniuses. Then they wondered if Lu Ming was deliberately showing weakness. Should they remind Yeluge? The 2 leading sky prides of the heavenly human tribe looked at each other and chose to remain silent. The competition between the heavenly human tribe was also incomparably fierce. Yeluge's talent was a level higher than theirs, suppressing them in every aspect. The resources he obtained were also more than theirs. If they could get rid of Yeluge with Lu Ming's help, wouldn't their competition be reduced? As for whether it would help Lu Ming, they didn't think about it. There were many powerful cultivators in the heavenly human tribe. In the heavenly palace, there were the 9 sons and daughters of the heavens. Even if they couldn't kill Lu Ming, someone would kill Lu Ming sooner or later. If they could get rid of Yeluge with Lu Ming's help, why wouldn't they? Therefore, they chose to remain silent. Since the 2 leading sky prides didn't speak, their subordinates naturally wouldn't speak either. Chapter 4368. You guys block these trees, I'll go kill Mu Yun. Yeluge ordered the 12 burly men. Don't worry, young master. Leave these 4 trees to us. We'll definitely block these trees. The 12 burly men replied confidently. They felt that they had figured out the strength of the 4 trees through the previous exchange. Swoosh, swoosh. They attacked with all their might, activating the 9 heavens battle formation. Dazzling sword light burst out, slashing towards the dozens of crossing disaster ghosts and hundreds of roots. Yeluge had already made his move. He took a step forward, as if teleporting, and pounced towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. So strong. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. As soon as Yeluge struck, he felt tremendous pressure. He had a feeling that he was not Yeluge's opponent in a head-on confrontation. However, he did not plan to attack himself. He stood there calmly, waiting for Yeluge to come closer. In an instant, Yeluge was about to reach Lu Ming. His body was shrouded in a layer of terrifying energy. This was the heavenly extermination energy. Now kill! Lu Ming shouted, ordering the 4 trees to attack with all their might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The roots of the trees suddenly danced wildly, their power skyrocketing. They swept out, shattering the sword light formed by the 12 burly men. At the same time, under Lu Ming's feet, more than a dozen roots rushed out from the ground, like a dozen long snakes, sweeping towards Yeluge. That terrifying aura caused Yeluge's expression to change drastically, becoming incomparably unsightly. That was because those roots brought him a fatal crisis. Destroy. Yeluge roared. Both of his palms struck out in succession, several grayish palm imprints blasted out, aiming at the dozen or so roots. The grayish palm print was completely formed by the power of heavenly extermination, and it collided with the dozen or so roots. In an instant, heaven and earth shook violently, and the force swept out in all directions. However, the next few palm prints were destroyed by the dozen roots. The roots did not stop, continuing to bombard Yeluge. Damn it! Yeluge bellowed in anger. He couldn't care less about killing Lu Ming as he retreated rapidly. He already understood that just now Lu Ming had been feigning weakness in order to draw him closer. The power of the 4 giant trees was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Since they couldn't kill Lu Ming, they could only retreat. However, how could Lu Ming let him retreat? Some of the roots that had been fighting with the 12 burly men earlier had already rushed over. No matter how hard the 12 men tried, they couldn't stop the roots. At least 100 roots swept towards Brother Yelu. Yeluge was surrounded from all directions. Countless roots were trying to envelop him. Ah! Yeluge roared. His palms turned completely gray, as if they were made of gray metal. His strongest attack was his palm technique. Boom, boom, boom. He continuously attacked with his palms, and in an instant, dozens of palm prints were blasted out. Each palm print was as large as a small mountain, blocking him from all directions. The roots of the giant trees slammed into the palm prints, causing a violent explosion. The palm prints kept shaking and crumbling one after another. Whoosh! Finally, a root broke through the blockade of the palm prints and whipped towards Yeluge. Yeluge was hit and his body was almost split in half. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Why aren't you helping Yeluge? How dare you leave him to die? I'll see you when we get out. One of the 12 men shouted angrily at the other 2 groups of people. Do it. The 2 Sky Prides ordered. Indeed, the heavenly human tribe had always been united in the face of a common enemy. If they didn't help Yeluge get killed, they would also be punished if word got out. The other 2 groups of people attacked. Hundreds of attacks were launched towards the roots. However, it was too late to do anything now. The 4 giant trees had a total of nearly 400 roots, and there were nearly 50 disaster-avoiding ghosts. As long as a part of them blocked the attacks of these people, the attacks on Yeluge didn't stop or weaken at all. No matter how strong Yeluge was, he was only one person. He couldn't resist the attacks of hundreds of roots. He tried his best, but he could only resist for a few breaths. After a few breaths of time, his attack was broken, and the tendrils shot toward Brother Yelu. Yeluge let out an unwilling roar and tried to resist, but it was useless. He was continuously whipped by more than a dozen roots, and his body exploded. Then, his flesh and blood were completely devoured by the roots. Only a storage ring was left in Lu Ming's hand. Ah, damn it! Mu Yin, you dare to kill Yeluge. Your fate will be miserable. You're dead. Your family and friends are all dead. The 12 men roared as if they had gone crazy. I think you're the ones who are dead, Lu Ming said coldly. In an instant, hundreds of roots and dozens of disaster-avoiding ghosts attacked the 12 men. With a loud bang, the 9 heavens battle formation set up by the 12 men collapsed. Then hundreds of roots attacked together. The 12 men didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. Their flesh and blood were completely devoured. Lu Ming stepped out. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed through the air and grabbed the storage rings of the 12 men. Retreat! Retreat! The other 2 groups of people quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. After the battle calmed down, there were 13 storage rings in Lu Ming's hand. Let's see the harvest. Lu Ming quickly did a count. In the end, Lu Ming found a total of nearly 300 alchemy furnaces in the 13 storage rings. This was an extremely shocking harvest. Lu Ming was ecstatic. With 300 pill furnaces, He could refine at least 100 million chaos pills every year. This allowed Lu Ming's annual output to reach 300 million chaos pills. He was one step closer to his goal. Hunting the heavenly human tribe is still profitable. If there are a few more of them, I'll definitely be able to gather the chaos pills I need to break through in 10 years. Lu Ming thought. However, it was only a thought. If it weren't for the 4 trees, it would be impossible to kill an expert like Yelugu. After leaving this place, it would be impossible for Lu Ming to kill the other geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming activated the 300 pill furnaces together and began to refine pills. A few days later, some of the geniuses of the heavenly human tribe gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with Lu Ming. We can't leave Mu Yun alone. He's getting more and more pill furnaces. If this continues, his cultivation will increase and he'll be harder to deal with. That's right. The barrier between the star palaces is getting weaker and weaker. Let's go to the other star palaces to find help. It's best if we can find the sons or daughters of heaven to kill Mu Yun. I have no objections. I agree. Chapter 4369. Now some of the barriers between the star palaces had become weak. Those who were powerful could already break through the space and enter other star palaces. Some powerful elites had already started to cross the star palaces to fight for opportunities. The mighty star palace was the star palace where Lu Ming and the others were. A few elites of the heavenly human tribe came to a space barrier and tore through the space to find other elites of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were still in the earth vein, trying their best to condense the desolation pill. A few months later, Lu Ming had finished comprehending all the ordinary secret skills. They had all turned into secret skill runes and merged with his cells. Unfortunately, his combat power was still at the limit of 12 stars. He had not broken through to 13 stars. Of course, it was also because the secret skills that he had comprehended were only at the beginner level. They were far from reaching the greater success level. There were close to 20,000 ordinary secret skills that were still at the beginner level. Lu Ming believed that once he mastered all these ordinary secret skills, his combat power should be able to reach 13 stars. However, it would take a long time and effort to master all 20,000 ordinary secret skills. He had no time to cultivate them now. He could only wait until he left the Grand Supreme Immortal City and slowly comprehend them. At this time, Lu Ming planned to go out for a walk. However, before Lu Ming could make a move, someone else had already arrived. Needless to say, it was the heavenly human tribe again. Lu Ming looked into the distance and saw a group of heavenly human tribe members coming over. There were about a dozen young heavenly human tribe members in the lead. They were all handsome and handsome. There were both men and women. One look and one could tell that they were extraordinary. Behind them were more than 200 strong heavenly human tribe members. Their auras were also very powerful. They were all elites. These heavenly human tribe members stopped in the distance and glanced at Lu Ming. Mu Yun, come out and die. A burly young heavenly human tribe member stepped out. His eyes were unusually cold. Come in and die if you dare. Lu Ming shouted. Of course he would not go out. You dared to kill my brother, Yelugu. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The burly young man shouted. This young man was Yelu Ji's older brother, Yelu Di. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Your brother talks as much nonsense as you, and in the end he died. If you have the ability, then come in and kill me. Lu Ming immediately retorted. Humph. Do you think we can't do anything to you if you hide inside? Yelu Di said coldly, then waved his hand. Bring them out. Immediately, a few burly heavenly human tribe men came out with 2 people. Upon seeing these 2 people, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Dandan Lingyue. Lu Ming muttered and frowned. That's right, these 2 people were Dandan and Lingyue. They had always been in the heavenly palace, but now that they were pushed out by the people of the heavenly human tribe, Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. Dandan had a crying face. When he saw Lu Ming, he immediately shouted, All right, Mu Yun, so you're here. Back then, you borrowed a few hundred stalks of divine medicine from me, and then disappeared without a trace. I've been looking for you for hundreds of years, but I couldn't find you. Now, hurry up and return the divine medicine to me, otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. After saying that, Dandan turned to the celestial tribe and said with a smile, "Lords of the celestial tribe, let me tell you, this Mu Yun is ungrateful. I helped him a few times because he was an honest person. I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. Today, I'm breaking off all relations with him. Bah, I wasn't familiar with him before." Dandan did his best to distance himself from Lu Ming. As for Ling Yue, she was in charge of looking at Lu Ming. She bit her lips and didn't say a word. "Humph, don't talk nonsense here. We are very clear about the relationship between the two of you and Mu Yun." Yeludi coldly snorted and interrupted Dandan's words. Then, Yeludi looked at Lu Ming and said, "Mu Yun, you have stayed in the heavenly palace before, so you should be clear that the two of them are controlled by the restrictive power of the heavenly palace's armor. Right now, the method to control that restrictive power is in my hands." At this point, an array disc appeared in Yeludi's hand and he continued, "As long as I have a thought, the restrictive power in their bodies will explode. At that time, their bodies and souls will be destroyed, and nothing will be left behind." Lu Ming's expression was extremely ugly. What he was worried about still happened. When he first joined the heavenly palace, he, Dandan, and Ling Yue were too close. Furthermore, he and Ling Yue were still an unmarried couple in name, so it was very easy for the heavenly palace to grab hold of them. Although he had broken through the power of the heavenly palace's armor and left the heavenly palace, he had always been worried about Dandan and Ling Yue, afraid that the heavenly palace would deal with them. Sure enough, the people of the heavenly palace were starting to threaten him with Dandan and Ling Yue. "Mu Yun, so what if you're hiding inside and have 4 big trees protecting you? Now I'll let your friend and your fiancé go in and kill you. Let's see if you have the courage to kill them all, hee hee hee." Yeludi laughed coldly. His laughter was extremely sinister. Then his gaze swept towards Dandan and Ling Yue, and he berated, "Now the two of you go over and bring Mu Yun's head over. Let me tell you, if you don't kill Lu Ming, then you will die under the power of the restriction, and your bodies and souls will be destroyed. Nest, you guys are too despicable. If you have the ability, then go and kill him yourself. Using such a method, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? I finally know your heavenly human race. The word despicable is tailor-made for you guys." Dandan shouted. "How dare you?" Yeludi shouted loudly. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Dandan. With a slap, he sent Dandan flying a few meters away and berated, "You dare to insult the heavenly human race. Do you know that this is a great crime that will exterminate your race? Be careful that the world's divine turtle race will be exterminated because of you." "Fuck." Dandan roared in his heart. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared fiercely at Yeludi. Who was he? When had someone dared to slap him? He was incomparably furious. If his life wasn't in the other party's hands, he would have immediately gone all out. "Lu Ming, what should we do?" At this moment, Yiling appeared beside Lu Ming and asked Lu Ming in a low voice. Lu Ming didn't say anything. His face was incomparably gloomy. To be honest, he didn't know what to do either. This was a dilemma. The people of the heavenly human race had forced Lu Ming and Ling Yue to kill him. Could he control them to attack Dandan and Ling Yue? Even if he controlled the big tree and didn't kill Dandan and Ling Yue, but only controlled them, the heavenly human race would probably activate the power of the restriction to kill Dandan and Ling Yue. However, if he didn't resist, he would be killed. How should he choose? On one side was the lives of Dandan and Ling Yue, and on the other side was his own life. Of course, he didn't want to die, but he also didn't want Dandan and Ling Yue to die. However, for a moment he couldn't think of a way to solve this problem. Chapter 4370. He had no way to solve this problem. Although he could rely on his taboo power to refine the restriction power contained in the Heavenly Palace battle armor, he couldn't help others refine it. Even if he controlled Dandan and Ling Yue, he couldn't help them refine it. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Hurry up and make your move. If you don't, you'll be the ones to die," Yeludi said coldly. He raised the array disc in his hand and injected his power into it. The array disc lit up and runes filled the air. Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies trembled slightly. Runes also appeared on the surface of their skin. "Wait a minute, I didn't say I wouldn't make a move. What are you so anxious about?" Dandan shouted. Then make your move. Yeludi said. We can make a move, but I have a condition. Dandan shouted. What condition? Yeludi asked with a gloomy face. At this time, this guy actually dared to negotiate with him. He was very unhappy. Give me 300 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. We'll kill Muyin. Dandan said. What? What did you say? Yeludi shouted, thinking that he had heard wrongly. At this time, Dandan actually made such a condition with him. Was he crazy? Didn't he know that his life was in his hands? You should have heard what I said very clearly. Dandan said. Do you think it's possible? Yeludi sneered. Why is it impossible? You should know Muyin. He is ruthless, lawless, and extremely selfish. Although I have some friendship with him, if I kill him, he will definitely kill us without hesitation in order to protect himself. I am risking my life to kill him. Shouldn't I get some reward? Dandan said. In the distance, Lu Ming was speechless. Bullshit. Yeludi wanted to curse out loud. Dandan was talking nonsense. They had long since investigated Lu Ming, and knew that Lu Ming was an extremely loyal person. He would definitely not attack his own people, especially Ling Yue, who was Lu Ming's fiancé. They were certain that Lu Ming wouldn't make a move, which was why they let Dandan and Ling Yue kill Lu Ming. Little bastard, hurry up and go. You have no right to negotiate with me. Yeludi berated. You don't want to give it to me, right? If you don't want to give it to me, then activate the power of the restriction, and kill us right now. Let's see how you're going to kill Muyin after you kill us. You must know that the merit of killing him is far more than the value of these pill furnaces. Dandan said as he crossed his arms, looking like he was saying, kill me if you want. Ling Yue also nodded her head, as if Dandan's intentions were her intentions. Damned ant! Yeludi roared in his heart as killing intent burst out from his body. He wished that he could kill Dandan and Ling Yue with 2 slaps. But he couldn't. He had to rely on Dandan and Ling Yue to kill Lu Ming. Above the earth vein, Lu Ming was also somewhat puzzled. He couldn't guess what Dandan's goal was. However, he understood Dandan and knew that Dandan was very smart. There must be a reason for him to do this. Agree to him first. At this time, another heavenly human clan genius said. This person was a woman with waist-length blonde hair. She was extremely beautiful. At this time, a peerless genius who was not weaker than Yeludi also had a combat strength of 10 stars. Amongst the younger generation of geniuses in the heavenly human clan, having a combat strength of 10 stars was the highest talent below the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. Give it to him? Yeludi asked in return. That's right, we've investigated it very clearly. Although Muyin's talent is high, he has a huge weakness, which is that he values friendship. He definitely won't kill this world god turtle and Ling Yue, so the final result will definitely be Muyin's death. After killing Lu Ming, there's no need to keep these 2 people alive. So what if we give them the pill furnace first? When the time comes, won't it be easy to get it back? The heavenly human clan woman said. Of course. She said this through sound transmission to avoid being heard by Dandan. That's right. Yeludi's eyes lit up. He then looked at Dandan and said, I can agree to your conditions. After saying that, he took out a storage ring, fiddled with it a few times, and threw it at Dandan saying, there are 300 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and Master's pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters. Take a look. Dandan received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense, revealing a trace of a smile. Inside, there were indeed 310 pill furnaces. Dandan kept them in his storage ring, and then looked at Ling Yue. Then he looked at Lu Ming. Muyin, for the sake of our many years of friendship, you should give up your life. This way you can still save your fiancé's life. Dandan shouted and rushed towards Lu Ming. Ling Yue followed closely beside Dandan and walked side by side. However, after the 2 of them rushed out for a distance, they stopped. After Dandan stopped, he waved his hands continuously. Countless runes filled the air and entered the void. These runes intertwined with each other to form a huge formation. What are you doing? Why are you setting up a formation here? Why aren't you going to kill Muyin? Yeludi berated. What are you in such a hurry for? Do you think Muyin is so easy to kill? I set up the formation to kill him. Dandan said and continued to set up the formation. The people of celestial race could only wait. Lu Ming watched from afar and frowned. He could not figure out Dandan's goal, but in his heart, he had a bad premonition. More than 10 minutes later, a huge array diagram appeared in the sky. A huge array was condensed. Attack. Dandan and Ling Yue looked at each other, shouted, and began to attack. The array diagram in the sky emitted a dazzling light and condensed into a spear. With a swoosh, the spear flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. However, this long spear was not aimed at Lu Ming. Instead, it was aimed at Yeludi. When Dandan made his move, Ling Yue also made her move. Behind her, a towering tree appeared. At this moment, the towering tree burned fiercely, turning into an endless amount of strength chi that poured into Ling Yue's body. A battle bow appeared in Ling Yue's hand. She drew the bow and an arrow condensed. With a swoosh, it flew through the air and shot towards Yeludi. Ling Yue was going all out with this arrow. She burned her divine power with all her might. The cultivation of the two of them had already reached the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. This was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. In fact, the reason why Dandan and Ling Yue's cultivations were able to make such great progress was completely due to the nurturing of the celestial race. The people of the celestial race wanted to control the two of them to kill Lu Ming, so they gave them a large amount of desolate pills to raise their cultivation. Their cultivation was too low. Even if Lu Ming wanted them to kill him, they wouldn't be able to. The purpose of giving Dandan and Ling Yue a large amount of resources to raise their cultivation was to kill Lu Ming. They never thought that the two of them would attack them instead. Chapter 43-71. You are courting death. Yeludi roared as a long spear condensed in his palm. The long spear shook and turned into 2 spear shadows, colliding with Dandan and Ling Yue's attacks, easily destroying their attacks. Yeludi's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Emperor God realm, and he had a battle strength of 10 stars. Although Dandan and Ling Yue had reached the 8th level of the Emperor God realm, and were using their full strength, they were still far from Yeludi's strength. Muyin, here you go. At this moment, Dandan waved his hand, and a storage ring flew towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Then Dandan and Ling Yue shouted and rushed towards Yeludi. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He finally guessed what Dandan and Ling Yue's goal was. They didn't plan to attack Lu Ming at all. From the beginning, they had the heart to die. They would rather die than attack Lu Ming. They understood Lu Ming very well. If they attacked Lu Ming would most likely not fight back. They would definitely not kill Lu Ming. Their only choice was to sacrifice themselves. Turning to attack Yeludi and the others, their fate was already decided. Stop, I'll give you one more chance. Stop, or your body and soul will be destroyed. Yeludi roared. So much nonsense. You're the one who's going to die. Dandan shouted as he controlled the formation and continued to attack. Ling Yue, on the other hand, did not say a word. She drew her bow and another arrow flew out. Despicable bastards, since you're courting death, then die for me. Yeludi roared as the formation plate in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He had already activated the formation, and activated the restrictive power in Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies. The restrictive power of the Heavenly Palace armor spread into every cell in their bodies. At this moment, it burst out from every cell. A wave of energy spread out from their bodies like flames, burning fiercely. Their bodies started to crumble under this power. Damn it, stop! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he rushed out to help. However, it was already too late. The power of the restrictions on the Heavenly Palace battle armor exploded too quickly. Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies were quickly dissipating like a wisp of dust that was blown away by the wind. By the time Lu Ming rushed out of the earth vein, the bodies of the two had already completely collapsed. There were only 2 balls of light floating in the air. These 2 balls of light were the souls of Dandan's duo. However, the power of the Heavenly Palace armor was too terrifying. Not only could it destroy the body, but it could also destroy the soul. At this moment, their souls were also burning like flames, as if they would be destroyed at any moment. But at this time, runes suddenly spread out from their souls. These runes interweaved into a mysterious pattern, enveloping the souls of the two people within. At the same time, the void began to ripple like water. This power enveloped the souls of both of them. Under the dual effects of the rune and the rune formation, the restrictive power was suppressed, and the souls of the two men stopped disintegrating. However, although their souls had stopped disintegrating, their eyes were tightly shut. There was no movement at all, nor was there any sign of life. Lu Ming's heart sank. At the same time, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed towards Dandan and Ling Yue's souls, wanting to protect their souls. Yeludi and the rest of the heavenly human race were stunned at first. In their opinion, as long as they activated the power of the restriction, the two of them would die. Whether it was their bodies or souls, they would not be left behind and would vanish into thin air. However, their souls seemed to be protected by two forces. What was going on? However, they quickly reacted. No matter what kind of power you have, you will be destroyed today. Not a single trace can be left behind. Yeludi said coldly. He took a step forward and attacked Dandan and Ling Yue's souls. A violent power erupted, wanting to completely crush their souls. Scram! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were about to split open as he used the heaven-splitting style. His body turned into a spear light and stabbed towards Yeludi. Muyin! Yeludi's eyes burst into flames. He directly abandoned Dandan and Ling Yue's souls and turned to attack Lu Ming. His target was originally Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had actually taken the initiative to leave the earth vein and leave the protection. How could he miss this opportunity? Holding the spear in his hand, he stabbed towards Lu Ming like an invincible war god. The spear light and the spear collided in the air, erupting with an earth-shattering boom. The spear light that Lu Ming had transformed into trembled continuously. In the next moment, it directly collapsed. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated explosively. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming was no match for him. The other party had 10 stars of battle strength. His overall battle strength was 1 star higher than Lu Ming's. Kill! Yeludi roared. His spear did not stop. It turned into thousands of spear shadows and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked a few moves in a row. Unfortunately, he was no match for him. He coughed out blood and retreated. If he had not mastered many ancient secret techniques, his body would have been pierced by the spear. Even so, he was incomparably embarrassed. Yeludi, do you want to take all the benefits for yourself? Muyin, leave it to me. The heavenly human tribe woman also rushed over at this moment. She held a long sword in her hand and thousands of sword shadows stabbed towards Lu Ming. This woman's battle strength was no weaker than Yeludi's. She also wanted to kill Lu Ming. This was a great merit. How could she let Yeludi enjoy it alone? Facing the power of two experts. Even if Lu Ming had mastered many secret techniques and had many adaptations, it was still very dangerous. He barely managed to block a few moves. His body was swept by a sword light and was almost split in half. Die for me. The heavenly human tribe woman shouted coldly. She wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. However, at this moment, a sword light suddenly shot out from the other side and blocked the heavenly human tribe woman's sword light. It was Yi Ling. Just now when Lu Ming moved, he also rushed out. However, he was one step slower and arrived just in time. Traitor Yi Ling, do you want to die? The heavenly human tribe woman obviously knew Yi Ling. She shouted coldly, and the sharp sword light went straight for Yi Ling's forehead. Yi Ling pushed his battle strength to the extreme and counterattacked with all his might. The two sword lights fought fast and collided more than 10 times in an instant. However, Yi Ling's combat power was also 1 star lower than his opponent's. He was no match for him. After a dozen exchanges, he was hit by a sword beam. A deep sword wound appeared on his chest, dripping with blood. Kill! Kill! Yeludi, the heavenly human tribe woman, and even the other experts of the heavenly human tribe all attacked. They charged towards Lu Ming together, wanting to kill Lu Ming and obtain the greatest merit. With so many people attacking together, and several of them were experts of the same level as Yeludi, Lu Ming definitely could not avoid them.